Chapter 390. The Transcendent did not continue the search at night. They split into two groups to rest. In fact, their rest time was very short. They only spent an hour to recover their energy and then continued to stay alert. Because they knew that the Stoneskin Worm King had discovered their hunting team, the rest at night was the perfect bait to attract the Stoneskin Worm King. Only the Transcendent David, Kenny, and the two injured Transcendents stayed in the spaceship. The two injured Transcendent entered the genetic repair cabin to treat their injuries during the day. Transcendent Dwight walked to Transcendent Frud, patted him lightly, and then made a gesture. The two military Transcendent walked to the side. This distance was just enough for the other Transcendent to not hear their conversation. I didn't expect the Stoneskin Worm King to be so smart. Do we need to report it and ask the Warstar to send someone to deal with it? Transcendent Dwight asked hesitantly. He saw the power of the Stoneskin Worm King today, especially the instant recovery of the damage caused by David's third-grade sniper bullet. This gave him a new understanding of the Stoneskin Worm King's true strength. Currently, the hunting team was fighting the Stoneskin Worm King head-on. Victory was certain, but would the cunning Stoneskin Worm King give them a chance to fight head-on? Today's trap was discovered by Transcendent Kenny in advance. If it was not discovered in advance, the hunting team would have lost members. After reporting it, not to mention the credit, even the treasure carried by the Stoneskin Worm King has nothing to do with us. That treasure is enough for us to advance further. Are you willing to guard this desolate planet for the rest of your life? Transcendent Frud asked in a deep voice. The importance of the pregnant crystal was needless to say. If this credit was given to someone else, Transcendent Frud would regret it forever. At the level of Transcendent Frud, it was almost impossible for him to advance further in the rank of Major General. However, as long as he could obtain the pregnancy crystal, given how important this treasure was, he would definitely be able to raise his and Dwight's military rank in Transcendent. Although Transcendent Frud was the military representative of the Guardian planet, it was only a mediator. There were many Academy bases on the Guardian planet, and each of them had their own Transcendent stationed there. This made his position as the Transcendent of the military very awkward. In particular, these academies were not to be trifled with. They had extremely strong connections and resources. Frud Transcendent had no management authority over the Academy base. Being the Transcendent protector of the Guardian planet was not a good position. Being promoted and leaving was his greatest wish. The Transcendent Dwight stopped mentioning the report and said with some doubts, "The Stoneskin Worm King might have discovered us a long time ago. Otherwise, this trap would have been too coincidental." The Transcendent Frud sneered. That should be the case. However, the Stoneskin Worm King's first trap failed, and it lost the initiative. Now that we are prepared, it won't have the chance to ambush us again. This is a war between us and the Stoneskin Worm King. Let's see who is smarter. David sat in the pilot's seat of the spaceship. He was watching the conversation between the two military Transcendent on the screen. Perhaps the two military Transcendent thought that no one could eavesdrop on their private conversation. Although this spaceship had no combat power, it was extremely advanced in terms of scanning and monitoring. David shook his head. He could not say that the two military Transcendent were wrong, but they risked the lives of so many Transcendent just for their own promotion. This made him a little unhappy. However, this had nothing to do with him. His words carried little weight. Besides, he did not want to offend the two military Transcendent. It must be known that according to the rules of the Interstellar Federation, David had to enter the military. He did not want to make enemies with the military Transcendent before entering the military. Huh! David was about to turn off the screen when he saw a red alert appear on the screen. This was because he was sitting in front of the screen. If he was not sitting here, this alert would have been sent directly to his identity bracelet to inform him. Clicking on the red alert, a map of the area was displayed. There were many red dots gathering around their position. Just as David was about to send a warning to the other Transcendent, he received a reminder from the Transcendent Frud on his identity bracelet. Prepare for battle, prepare for battle. Master David, the two Transcendent Draper and Anurin are receiving treatment. The spaceship will immediately take off. If it is attacked, immediately return and leave. The voice of the Transcendent Frud sounded. Roger. David replied in a deep voice. David turned to look at the Transcendent Draper and Transcendent Anurin, who were receiving treatment in the genetic repair cabin. The two Transcendents still needed about an hour to fully recover. The Transcendent's injury treatment time was much longer than Kaji's. This was related to the Transcendent's physique being far superior to Kaji's. David, I'll go down and help first. You be careful. The Transcendent Kenny certainly could not stay in the safety of the spaceship at this time. He said something to David and got off the spaceship. The two huge Krypton engines started and the spaceship immediately lifted off. It hovered about a kilometer in the air before it stopped. However, the Krypton engines were maintained at maximum power. As long as there was a situation, they would immediately leave at the fastest speed. He needed to ensure the safety of the two Transcendent who were receiving treatment. David adjusted the screen to show the ground so that the situation on the ground could be seen more clearly from the air. General Froud, there are corrosive mutant larvae all around. Be careful. David saw the insectoids surrounding the hunting team and could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. He still reported to General Froud. Master David, take care of the two injured Transcendent. There is one of our stealth reconnaissance spaceships above your head. I transferred it here last night. General Froud said in a relaxed manner in the channel. After almost falling into the trap yesterday, General Froud used his connections to transfer a stealth reconnaissance spaceship. The Guardian planet did not have this kind of expensive stealth reconnaissance spaceship. It was borrowed from the space fleet. Therefore, General Froud was able to discover the insectoids' encirclement in time. It was also because he discovered that it was corrosive mutant larvae that he was so relaxed. With the strength of the Transcendent, even if the corrosive mutant larvae stuck corrosive liquid on the Transcendent armor, it would not be able to corrode the Transcendent armor. No matter how many corrosive mutant larvae there were, they would not be able to break through the armor and would not have any effect on the Transcendent. When David heard that there was a stealth reconnaissance spaceship above his head, he could not help but be stunned. He had been using the spaceship's scanning power all along. Because they were in the air, he had already turned the spaceship's scanning power to the maximum. Even so, the spaceship did not discover the stealth reconnaissance spaceship above its head. This was the gap in technology. Sometimes, David had a feeling that the Interstellar Federation did not apply some of their strongest technology to the insectoids battle, just like how the military limited the attack missiles. They clearly had long-range attack missiles, but they did not sell them to the various forces in the war zone. Even the military needed to apply for them. On the ground, the 12 Transcendent formed a two-layer circle. Each layer had 6 Transcendent, supporting each other from the inside and outside. The Transcendent Frud looked at the corrosive mutant larvae that were approaching in the night and said in a deep voice, "Let's end this quickly." He already knew the number of corrosive mutant larvae through the stealth reconnaissance spaceship. Although there were 10,000 of them, it would not take too long to kill them all. The Transcendent did not make a sound. Although it was only a battle against weak level 1 insectoids, with the Transcendent Frud's command, as long as there were no objections, they would definitely obey. All the Transcendent's Transcendent armor's lights were turned on. A faint white light illuminated a range of 500 meters around them. This also allowed David, who was watching from the sky, to have a clearer view. The circle formed by the 12 Transcendent suddenly expanded outward. In the process of expanding outwards, it still maintained its circular shape. The nearest corrosive mutant larvae were sliced in half by the expanding Transcendent with their Grade 3 weapons. The corrosive liquid on their bodies sprayed into the air and fell to the ground. These corrosive mutant larvae did not seem to know fear. They continued to madly attack in a futile manner. Unfortunately, they encountered the Transcendent wearing transcendent armor. The Grade 3 weapons did not even need to use any strength. A simple sweep was enough to slice them in half. This battle was very meaningless. David could only see the circle formed by the 12 Transcendent in the sky. Every time it changed, it would create a blank area in the middle of the corrosive mutant larvae. When the Transcendent on the outer layer of the circle attacked, the Transcendent on the inner layer was responsible for maintaining vigilance. This was because their enemy was not the corrosive mutant larvae, but the Stoneskin Worm King that was hiding behind the corrosive mutant larvae. The Transcendent on the scene understood this point. Otherwise, they would not have formed such a battle formation to fight against the weak corrosive mutant larvae. The corrosive mutant larvae's suicidal attack was not useless. Finally, some of the corrosive liquid touched the Transcendent's body. However, this terrifying liquid that could corrode steel and alloy could not do anything to the Transcendent armor, which was made of Grade 3 materials. The number of corrosive mutant larvae was getting smaller and smaller. Soon, half of the 10,000 corrosive mutant larvae were gone, and they were still decreasing at an extremely fast speed. David did not understand why these corrosive mutant larvae would launch such an attack. This kind of attack was obviously ineffective. Even the Transcendent would not be harmed by the corrosive liquid. As for the corrosive mutant larvae's melee attack, their Grade 1 claws could not even leave a mark on the Transcendent armor. "Captain, I feel that something is wrong. Increase the depth of the scan." The Transcendent Flood was also communicating with the stealth scout ship while fighting. The stealth scout ship immediately used a more powerful directional scan than a normal scan and began to scan the battlefield. David sat in the spaceship and felt a scanning energy sweep past him. In just a moment, he understood the location of the stealth scout ship. It wasn't too bad to say that it was above his spaceship. It was about 1,200 meters above him. If it was not because of the battle below, he would have flown the spaceship to the stealth scout ship and check it through the shadow attendant. He wanted to see how different it was from his fire beacon spaceship. Suppressing his curiosity, he cast his gaze to the ground again. Within a circular area of about 500 meters, there were corpses of the corrosive mutant larvae. Some of these corpses were split in half, and some were even directly dismembered. David regretted it at this moment. If he could be on the battlefield, then the souls of these 10,000 corrosive mutant larvae would definitely improve his soul. Although the improvement of each corrosive mutant larvae's soul was very small, there were 10,000 of them. The number was enough to pile up a large amount of soul energy. He could not go down now. The two Transcendent were still in the genetic repair cabin. Their safety was still very important. The Transcendent Flood looked at the data of the stealth scout ship that flashed in front of his eyes. He could not help but frown because he did not find any information about the other Zergs in the data. "General, there are Zergs 2 kilometers away. Level 2 Zergs. They are explosive bugs." Just as the Transcendent Flood was about to announce the end of the mission, the captain's warning came from the stealth scout ship. At the same time, David sensed danger. Without any hesitation, he controlled the spaceship to suddenly accelerate at full speed. This spaceship was originally designed for escape. With the help of 2 huge Krypton crystal engines, it instantly reached high speed from static. When the spaceship just flew away, many light beams rushed from the ground to the sky. 2 of them were aimed at David's spaceship. "It's the explosive bugs." David immediately understood what the attack was. The explosive bugs were a nightmare for low-altitude spaceship. David's hovering altitude was 1 kilometer. To be able to attack from such a long range, it meant that the explosive bugs were all elite level. Not good. It's the stealth scout ship. David's spaceship dodged the energy beam attack, but he saw that 4 energy beams were not aimed at his spaceship, but at the stealth scout ship. The stealth scout ship's directional scan just now exposed his position. For the explosive bugs, which were particularly sensitive to energy, such an obvious directional scan energy could instinctively lock onto the source of the directional scan. Just when David knew that the situation was bad, the 4 energy beams accurately hit the stealth scout ship. Because the stealth scout ship needed to be stealthy, it did not activate its energy shield. The 4 energy beams instantly penetrated the stealth scout ship, and the stealth scout ship turned into a fireball in the air. All of this happened so fast that David did not have time to react. The ground was also attacked by the explosive bug. Several energy beams shot at the Transcendent. From the thick energy beams, it could be seen that this was the full attack of the elite explosive bug. The elite explosive bugs used most of their energy in this attack to create the energy beams that could threaten the Transcendent. Chapter 391. The explosive beetle's energy beam was very fast, but no matter how fast it was not as fast as the Transcendent's reaction speed. The energy beams were unable to harm any of the Transcendents, and were all easily dodged by them. "It's a trap!" Transcendent Frud roared as he dodged the incoming energy beams. He saw the destroyed stealth scout ship in the sky. If he had not ordered to strengthen the scanning, with the stealth scout ship's hiding ability, it would not have been discovered by the explosive beetles. Previously, Transcendent Frud thought that he was smarter than the Zergs, but now he was slapped in the face by the Zergs. Fortunately, David's spaceship dodged the energy beam attack. Otherwise, he might have lost 2 Transcendent and a Sniper Master. As for the destruction of the stealth scout ship, with his identity, at most, he owed the space fleet a favor, and he would pay it back later. While Transcendent Frud was thinking, several energy beams collided in the air and exploded instantly. The energy beams shot by the elite explosive beetles seemed to have been calculated and collided in the center of the Transcendent's battle circle. After the energy beams collided, they caused an explosion, and the energy beams turned into countless small fireballs and scattered to the ground. "Be careful of the flames." Transcendent Frud saw countless small fireballs and saw the corpses of the corrosive mutant larvae and the corrosive liquid on the ground. He was shocked and quickly reminded. The corrosive liquid was very flammable, so when Transcendent Frud saw the small fireballs, he immediately thought of this. But his reminder was too late. The small fireballs fell to the ground and ignited the corrosive liquid. The flames instantly covered an area of 500 meters and wrapped all the Transcendent in it. Fortunately, the flames did not cause any harm to the Transcendent wearing the Transcendent armor. They only needed to switch the Transcendent armor to internal circulation. Then the thick smoke caused by the flames covered the entire area. "Leave the flame area. Kenny, you and Glenn will take your Academy's Transcendent to kill those explosive spray bugs," Frud Transcendent commanded in a deep voice. Although the flames could not harm the Transcendent, everything in front of him was engulfed by the flames. Coupled with the thick smoke, he could not see anything. In this environment, even the other auxiliary scanning devices were greatly affected. A warning appeared in front of Dwight Transcendent's eyes. There was an anomaly underground. This was the warning given by the terrain scanner on his back at the last moment before it was burned down. The terrain scanner did not have a fire protection system, so it could not work in the sea of fire. "Watch your feet!" Transcendent Dwight shouted. He couldn't see anything, so he could only run in the direction that left the flames as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the Transcendent Dwight sensed the aura of death. This was a warning from his mind. His body instinctively stopped moving, and the hand in front of him went numb. Then, he lost all feeling. Transcendent Dwight knew that he had been tricked. He quickly reminded the other Transcendent, "There's petrifying gas in the smoke." On the burning ground, a hole appeared, revealing the stone-skin worm king. The part of its body that was exposed to the flames was constantly being burned by the flames, but it quickly healed. The stone-skin worm king spat out several streams of petrifying gray gas in all directions. Then, it looked at the Transcendent in the flames with disdain and dived back into the ground. Transcendent Dwight's words shocked all the other Transcendent. They were surrounded by flames and black smoke. It was almost impossible to find any petrifying gas in this environment. It could only be said that the Stone-Skin Worm King's trap was perfect. It only used 10,000 corrosive larvae, which were weak level 1 insectoids, to create this trap. Damn it, I've been hit. My left hand has been petrified. Be careful of the petrifying gas in the smoke above your head. A Transcendent from the Volgo Academy shouted. In such an environment, Transcendents understood that danger was everywhere. They relied on their own sense of danger while placing the hand that they rarely used at the forefront of their movement. His sense of danger was not very useful in this kind of environment where he was surrounded by flames. Only when he was about to come into contact with the petrifying gas would he be alerted of danger. In that case, the warning came a little too late. As for extending the hand that he rarely used, it was a helpless decision. Compared to his body being petrified, the price of a hand that he rarely used was worth it. One by one, the Transcendent walked out of the flames and left the smoke. However, at this time, they realized that the other Transcendent of the Volgo Academy did not come out, and neither did Dwight. At the same time, Transcendent Beecher, one Transcendent from the Volgo Academy, and Transcendent Glenn's left hand were all petrified to different degrees. Dwight! Transcendent Fred shouted as he looked at the sea of flames. Unfortunately, his voice did not have any response, whether it was through the speakers or the communication channel. The explosive bugs in the distance did not continue to attack. Instead, they escaped through the tunnel. Transcendent Kenny looked at Beecher Transcendent's arm with a gloomy face. He did not chase after the explosive bugs. Beecher, how's your injury? Transcendent Kenny asked in a low voice. It's okay. I retracted it quickly. Only the first 2 parts of my middle finger were petrified. Transcendent Beecher said with a smile. Transcendent Beecher was very clear-headed at the time. He made the right choice. He did not extend his entire hand, but only his middle finger. However, when he rushed out of the flames, he was unlucky enough to encounter the petrifying gas. His middle finger was petrified, and he immediately stopped moving forward. After changing directions, he did not encounter any more petrifying gas. Glenn, how's your injury? Transcendent Kenny turned to Transcendent Glenn and asked. One of my left hands is gone. I rushed too fast and could not retract it. Transcendent Glenn shook his head with a bitter smile. Transcendent Kenny did not ask the Transcendent of the Volgo Academy, because that Transcendent and Galton Transcendent were looking at the sea of flames worriedly. Their companions had not come out yet. Under the illumination of the flames, the Transcendent, who were originally full of vigor, suffered a huge blow. They were the elites of the human race, but they were being toyed with by an insect. In the spaceship, David was also silent. He did not expect this to happen. If he had stayed on the ground, would he have been able to dodge the stone-skinned Worm King's attack? The flames on the ground slowly extinguished. Because they had to be careful of the petrifying gas, they had to wait until the smoke dissipated before the Transcendent entered the ashes to look for their comrades. Soon, 2 Transcendent were found. They were still wearing their Transcendent armor, but there was no sign of life. Dwight's luck was very bad. After being petrified once, he encountered another petrified gas that was drifting towards him along with the wind. Because he had just sensed danger once, his sense of danger this time was a little slow. When he sensed danger again, half of his body was already in the petrifying gas. The gas corroded his entire body and turned his body into stone. The other Transcendent from the Volgo Academy did not even have the chance to call for help because the stone-skinned Worm King's petrifying gas just happened to hit him. Of course, if it was not for the fact that the flames affected the stone-skinned Worm King and prevented it from finding the Transcendent's position through sight and hearing, it could have used this opportunity to kill all the Transcendent in one fell swoop. The two corpses were placed on the ground. The remaining Transcendents' faces were gloomy. The most painful one was the Galton Transcendent. The Volgo Academy had one dead and one injured, so their strength was greatly affected. On the other hand, the Slaw Combat Academy had two Transcendent injured and were receiving treatment, so they did not participate in the battle. The only Transcendent from the Volgo Academy was quite lucky. He did not encounter any petrifying gas and remained unharmed. David landed the spaceship and jumped off. He felt the atmosphere was heavy, but he did not speak. He was a sniper master. Nighttime was not an environment he was good at, so the Transcendent Frud asked him to fly the spaceship into the sky. The Transcendent Frud said in a deep voice, "This loss is my responsibility. I did not discover the insectoid's trick." The Transcendent did not respond to him. This time, from the gathering to the command, he was the one who did it. Last time, he almost led the team into a trap, and this time, he did not discover the trap. No matter what, he had the biggest responsibility. The Transcendent Frud continued to speak. "Whether the operation continues or not depends on your opinion." The Galton Transcendent raised his hand and said, "The Volgo Academy has given up on the operation. I need to report this to the principal and explain to the families of the dead Transcendent." After he finished speaking, he went forward and picked up the corpse of his comrade on the ground, and then flew into the sky. The other injured Transcendent from the Volgo Academy did not say a word. He followed the Transcendent Galton and left together. The Transcendent Galton gestured to his injured left hand and said helplessly, "I'm also injured. I need to go back and find a way to treat it. I can't participate in the operation either." The three Transcendent from the Cater Academy also left. The Transcendent present had suddenly decreased by half. The Transcendent Kenny looked around and sighed, "General Frud, it looks like the operation can't be carried out. I have to bring Beecher back to the Academy. Goodbye." The Transcendent from the Slaw Combat Academy finally asked David, "Master David, my two comrades are still receiving treatment on your spaceship. Can I leave with you on your spaceship?" "Of course." David nodded in agreement. David and the four Transcendent boarded the spaceship. The spaceship accelerated into the sky and soon disappeared. The Transcendent Frud stood rooted to the ground. He understood that after this, he would no longer have any influence on the Guardian Planet. He also left the Guardian Planet as he wished because the military would not allow a Transcendent who was hated by all the other academies to stay on the Guardian Planet as a military representative. However, the way he left was the last thing he wanted to see. He smiled bitterly. The Transcendent Frud bent down and picked up the corpse of the Transcendent Dwight as he muttered, "Brother, I'll bring you home." Tears flowed from his eyes. Perhaps it was for the Transcendent Dwight, or perhaps it was for his future, or perhaps it was because he regretted not reporting the appearance of the pregnancy crystal to his superiors. At this moment, even if Transcendent Frode were to say it himself, he wouldn't be able to explain his current state of mind. The Transcendent Frud's heart was in a mess. He did not notice that the soil on the ground beside him silently parted and a huge figure swam out of the hole. It was the Stoneskin Worm King. It did not leave and had been waiting for an opportunity. Finally, the opportunity came. Only one Transcendent remained, and it was the Transcendent who was in charge of commanding. The Stoneskin Worm King opened its mouth and slowly approached the Transcendent Frud. The Transcendent Frud smelled a stench. It was the unique smell of the insectoid. His chaotic mind suddenly became clear. He was actually distracted here. The moment he came back to his senses, he felt his legs being locked by something. Then, his body was lifted up like a rag doll and slammed heavily on the ground. The Stoneskin Worm King bit Frud's legs and kept slamming the transcendent Frud to the ground. Craters appeared on the hard ground. The transcendent Frud wanted to resist, but the strength of the level 3 insectoids was not something he could resist. The reason why the transcendent Frud could fight against the level 3 insectoids was because of the transcendent armor, which gave the transcendent a boost in strength and speed, as well as the damage from the level 3 weapon. When the transcendent Frud was bitten by the Stoneskin Worm King, he lost his speed and the opportunity to take out his weapon to resist. The transcendent Frud felt every bone in his body breaking. The transcendent Frud's life force kept him alive. If it was a normal person, this kind of impact would have taken his life. Just when the transcendent Frud thought he was going to be smashed to death, he realized that the Stoneskin Worm King had stopped. Unfortunately, the transcendent Frud could not move at all. The power of the transcendent Frud could only barely keep him from being killed by his broken bones. The transcendent Frud finally saw the eyes of the Stoneskin Worm King. It was a pair of eyes with wisdom. It had the natural ferocity of the insectoids, but also cunning and contempt. This was the first time the transcendent Frud saw so many emotions in the eyes of an insectoid. He knew that he had underestimated the Stoneskin Worm King. If he knew that the Stoneskin Worm King's wisdom had reached such a level, he would never have used this kind of fighting method against an ordinary insectoid to deal with the Stoneskin Worm King. Now that everything was over, the transcendent Frud wanted to face death. He wanted to die beside his brother, the transcendent Dwight. It could be considered as sharing life and death together. The Stoneskin Worm King seemed to understand the thoughts of the transcendent Frud. Its eyes changed again. Its eyes were filled with mockery. It opened its mouth. The transcendent Frud closed his eyes and waited for the final moment to come. The Stoneskin Worm King opened its mouth and bit down on the transcendent Frud's legs, then his arms. The transcendent armor resisted for a moment before it was bitten through. When facing a rank 3 insectoid mutant king, the rank 3 transcendent armor's defense was not enough. The Stoneskin Worm King finally bit the transcendent Frud. The transcendent Frud thought that he was finally free. However, he realized that the Stoneskin Worm King only bit the transcendent Frud in its mouth and left with the transcendent Frud. Chapter 392. In the spaceship, Transcendent Draper walked out of the genetic repair pod. His injuries had completely healed. He took out a set of clothes from his dimensional bracer and changed out of his wet clothes. He then looked at the genetic repair pod beside him. It was empty. It seemed like Anurin Transcendent had finished the treatment before him. After changing, he turned to look at the transparent door. He was surprised to see many Transcendent Draper sitting in the hall. The atmosphere in the hall was not right. What happened? Transcendent Draper asked as he walked into the hall. He also realized that something was wrong. The spaceship was flying. Operation Hunting King has failed. Transcendent Draper said with a bitter smile. How is that possible? There were so many Transcendent Draper said in disbelief. He looked at the others and saw the same expression on their faces. After listening to Transcendent Kenny Draper's detailed explanation, he knew what he had missed out on. With such a Stoneskin Worm King on the Guardian planet, I'm afraid we won't be able to sleep well in the future, Transcendent Draper said as he shook his head. There were too many benefits on the Guardian planet for Slaw Combat College to give up. No matter how great the danger was, they had to take it. However, Transcendent Draper did not expect to encounter such a terrifying insectoid when they had just started building the base. Right now, he didn't dare to underestimate the Stoneskin Worm King at all. He already knew the price of underestimating the Stoneskin Worm King from Kenny's explanation just now. As long as the base is here, the Stoneskin Worm King will not dare to come close, Transcendent Kenny Draper said confidently. Not to mention the 5,000 defensive missiles the First College of Iridia had just bought, The 3 Gaussian cannons controlled by David were enough to kill the Stoneskin Worm King. It must be known that a Gaussian cannon was not something a sniper rifle could compare to. This type of cannon used a huge amount of energy to gather into a huge amount of electromagnetic energy and fired a Gaussian cannon shell as a physical attack. It could be said that it was a super-enhanced version of a sniper rifle. Even with the current technology of the Interstellar Federation, the Gaussian cannon couldn't be miniaturized. Therefore, the Gaussian cannon became the defensive weapon of the fortress. With David, the sniper master, and the 3 Gaussian cannons, Kenny Transcendent was very confident in the safety of the base. "Master David, please send us back to the base," Draper Transcendent requested David. The base of Syrah Combat College was not far from the first college of Iridia. David was also on the way. He only needed to stop over the base of Syrah Combat College. The 3 Transcendent left the spaceship. Only the people from the first college of Iridia were left in the spaceship. "David, I'm very sorry for putting you in danger." Transcendent Kenny was the first to speak. He had wanted to say this for a long time. He was the one who accepted the invitation on behalf of David. This so-called Hunting King mission almost caused David, the strongest genius of the school, to die before he could even mature. Transcendent were fighting against the insectoid. Death was part of their responsibility, but David was different. David was only a student who was still studying in the school. He was a new student this year. David did not have the responsibility or obligation to participate in the life and death battle of the Transcendent. "Transcendent Kenny, since I joined the mission, I should be in danger just like everyone else." David shook his head. "Kenny, David, you don't have to say anything." David's performance this time was very good. He strengthened our relationship with Syrah Combat College. At least we can help each other in the future. Transcendent Dunbar interrupted the two. At the last moment, the Transcendent from Syrah Combat College chose to board David's spaceship. This was a show of attitude. In addition, David had saved the life of the Anurin Transcendent. This kind of kindness was enough to make the top combatants of the two schools have an excellent relationship. If it was not for David's actions, this kind of relationship would have taken at least a few years of interaction and interaction. After returning to the school base, the 3 Transcendent pulled David to the office. On the way back, they reported the process of Operation Hunting King to the Transcendent Lek. This time, they needed to report in person. As the person involved, David was also called over. As soon as they entered the office, the Transcendent Lek said to the Transcendent Beecher, "Let me see your hand." The Transcendent Beecher extended his left hand for the Transcendent Lek to examine as he joked, "It's not a big deal. If it doesn't work, I'll just break my middle finger. Apart from quarreling and gesticulating, it doesn't affect me much." The Transcendent Beecher was not too sad about his injury. Compared to the other injured Transcendent and the Transcendent who had been completely petrified to death, he was already very lucky. "It's very troublesome. I'll try to contact an old friend and see if I can find a way from the great world of deities." Laker Transcendental checked carefully and told them the result under their expectant gazes. The Transcendent Kenny hurriedly asked, "Can the great world of God really be solved?" The Transcendent Lek explained, "This kind of petrification energy is also a type of spell. The great world of God has a similar attack method. If you want to solve it, you can only find it from there." The Transcendent Dunbar said regretfully, "Unfortunately, the school doesn't have any medicine that can regenerate severed limbs that can be used by the Transcendent. Otherwise, we could just cut off this finger. Is there any medicine in the school that can regenerate severed limbs that can be used by Kaji?" Hearing the Transcendent Dunbar's words, David immediately thought of his father, Hans, and asked. Hans had lost an arm and a leg on the battlefield. David had searched for a long time, but he could not find any medicine that could be used on Kaji's body. The Transcendent Lek thought for a moment and replied, "We don't have it in our school, but I remember that there is a type of transcendent blood in the Sira star field. After refining it, it can be used to regenerate Kaji's severed limbs." David's eyes lit up. As long as there was a possibility, it was fine. The Transcendent Lek continued to say to David, "If you need, I can help you exchange it with the Sira Battle College. However, you have to pay 5,000 points. If you agree, I will help you." "Thank you, Principal. I am willing to exchange it with points," David quickly replied. Although David urgently needed points, he was willing to pay a higher price to find a way to heal his father, Hans's severed limbs, let alone 5,000 points. The Transcendent Lek waved his hand and said, "No need to thank me. You have made a lot of contributions to the school. It is my duty to help you." The Transcendent Kenny asked the Transcendent Lek, "Principal, as long as the Stoneskin Worm King is alive, this area will not be peaceful. We can't just let the students move around in the safe zone, right?" The Transcendent Lek waved his hand and reassured the Transcendent Kenny, "You don't have to worry about the Stoneskin Worm King. The military has lost a Transcendent, so they will not ignore it. Next, there should be a stronger Transcendent to take over this matter. The Stoneskin Worm King will not live for long." The Transcendent Kenny said in a low voice, "I wonder how many days it will take for the military to get rid of the Stoneskin Worm King." Just as he finished this sentence, his ID bracelet lit up. The Transcendent Kenny looked at his ID bracelet. After a while, his expression was a little strange. The Transcendent Lek saw that the Transcendent Kenny's expression was not right and asked, "What happened?" The Transcendent Kenny replied, "After the military learned that all the Transcendent had returned and Operation King Hunter ended prematurely, they found that General Ferd did not return to the base. At the same time, his ID bracelet could not be contacted." The Transcendent Dunbar asked in confusion, "Could General Ferd be too embarrassed to return because of the failure of the operation?" The Transcendent Lek shook his head and said, "How is that possible? With General Ferd's experience, he would not be so dispirited that he would not return. Besides, this is the Guardian planet. Where else can he go?" The Transcendent Kenny slapped his thigh and shouted, "Damn it, we left General Ferd alone in the end. Could he be in danger?" The ID bracelet could not be contacted. Other than the Transcendent Ferd shutting down on his own, the other possibilities were that the Transcendent Ferd had died or that the ID bracelet had been lost. However, the ID bracelet was fixed on the arm. Unless it was removed on purpose, it could not be lost unintentionally. The Transcendent Lek contacted the other Transcendent who took part in the operation. "If there is no news from them, I'm afraid General Ferd is really in danger." The Transcendent Kenny immediately contacted the other Transcendent in the office. After each contact, he shook his head at the Transcendent Lek. Soon, all the Transcendent had been contacted, but there was no news. The Transcendent Lek turned to look at David and said, "David, it seems that I have to trouble you again." "I know. I will return to the battle site. As long as General Ferd leaves from there, I have a great chance of finding his escape route." David understood the meaning of the Transcendent Lek and nodded. Little White's ability to sense auras was not a secret between the Transcendent of the First College of Iridia and Cater College. Naturally, the first person that came to mind was Little White. Although this special ability had no combat effectiveness, it was very practical. "David, I will go with you." The Transcendent Kenny was worried that David would not be safe if he acted alone. "Actually, as long as I don't fight, you don't have to worry about my safety." David did not want to act together with the Transcendent Kenny, so he refused. David's combat effectiveness was much weaker than that of the Transcendent. However, when it came to hiding auras, not many Transcendent could compare with him. The Sniper Master's aura hiding skill was the foundation of the Sniper Master participating in the Transcendent operation under the identity of Kaji. Otherwise, if he followed the Transcendent into the Zerg's territory, the Sniper Master of Kaji would not be able to hide his aura and would have been torn to pieces by the Zerg. In order to prove his ability, David's aura disappeared instantly. Even his spirit could not be detected. Even Transcendental Lake, who was nearby, had a look of surprise on his face. Even someone as strong as him couldn't sense David's presence. Coupled with the Sniper Master's disguise skill, as David had said, as long as David did not take the initiative to fight in the wild, it would be very difficult for the Zerg to discover him. David's aura hiding skill is very strong. No wonder the Sniper Master can move deep into the Zerg's territory. The Transcendent Lek sighed. Then you have to be careful. Keep in touch. With the approval of the Transcendent Lek, the Transcendent Kenny said helplessly. He actually knew about David's ability to hide, but David was only Kaji in the end. Now that the principal, the Transcendent Lek, agreed, he could only say a few more words. Keep in touch. David nodded. He did not hesitate and immediately left for the hangar. The high-speed spaceship was still very useful. At least it was very safe on the way. With its speed, it could escape the attacks of the flying Zerg at any time. The spaceship lifted off and flew toward the battlefield. The journey was peaceful. 20 kilometers away from the battlefield, David found a relatively safe place to park the spaceship and turned on the optical stealth system and signal jamming system. He put on a camouflage cloth and walked toward the battlefield. The most convenient thing about moving alone was that he could fully hide his aura and use the silent sneak technique to travel silently. It was just that the Shadow Attendant had a hard time. The Shadow Attendant sometimes flew 40 meters into the air to observe the situation on the ground, and sometimes flew underground to see if there was any danger underground. As he approached the battlefield, there was a burst of burning smell. He immediately opened the internal circulation of the exoskeleton armor to isolate the unpleasant smell. The closer he got to the battlefield, the more careful he became and the slower his movement speed. If the Transcendent Flood was attacked near the battlefield, then there may be danger here. For every meter David moved forward, he had to ensure that there was no danger on the ground, in the sky, and underground before he continued to move forward. Soon, he came to the battlefield and saw the body of the Transcendent Dwight still thrown on the ground. David immediately understood that something must have happened to the Transcendent Flood. Otherwise, the body of the Transcendent Dwight would not be left here. At that time, the Transcendent Flood showed sadness for the death of the Transcendent Dwight. It was impossible for him to leave his brother's body in the wild to be destroyed by the Zerg. David approached carefully. Under the premise of ensuring his safety, he came to the body of the Transcendent Dwight. However, he was immediately attracted by the severed limbs on the side because there was still a green light on the severed limbs. That was the light of the Transcendent armor. David collected the severed limbs on the ground. These were the limbs of a Transcendent. Even the space bracer on the right arm was still there. As long as he thought about the order of the Transcendent's departure at that time, David and the others were the last to leave. It was not difficult to determine who the owner of the severed limbs was. David also found the space bracer on the body of the Transcendent Dwight. This made David hesitate whether to take these 2 space bracers for himself. These were the space bracers of 2 military Transcendent. Of course, there must be something good in them, but they were also the remains of his comrades who fought with him. After struggling in his heart for a moment, he made a decision. Principal, I found the body of the Transcendent Dwight and the severed limbs of the Transcendent Flood. There are also 2 space bracers, which should be able to confirm the identity of the severed limbs. David reported to the principal of the Academy, Lek Transcendent, through the channel. Chapter 393. David, give me your location and I will inform the military immediately. The military will be dispatched immediately. As a reward for finding your location, the 2-dimensional bracers and the items in them will belong to you. I will request the military to do so. Lek Transcendent sat on the sofa and said expressionlessly to the ID bracelet. The 3 Transcendent students standing beside Lek Transcendent were also expressionless. This was the Guardian Planet, a war zone with its own rules. David had found clues about Transcendent FRUD for the military. The items he obtained naturally belonged to David, no matter how valuable they were. Especially since David was still a student of the school. David had obtained 2-dimensional bracers. The items inside could increase the possibility of David being promoted to Transcendent, no matter if he exchanged them or used them for his own use. Although they did not know whether Transcendent FRUD was dead or not, the Transcendent did not think that Transcendent FRUD could survive in such an environment without limbs and dimensional bracers. It was indeed cruel to assign the dimensional bracers to David without confirming whether Transcendent FRUD was dead or not. However, this was the war zone. David had risked his life to help find information about Transcendent FRUD. Of course, he would be rewarded accordingly. If David was greedy and did not report the 2-dimensional bracers, it would not be a problem. In fact, the 2-dimensional bracers were not considered a reward. After the military confirmed it, the military would give David a real reward. Otherwise, who would serve the military in the future? David and the First College of Iridia did not serve the military. Thank you, Principal. David was surprised and happy. With Lek Transcendent's help, he could rightfully obtain the 2-dimensional bracers. He would not be unreasonable. He kept the 2-dimensional bracers in the storage compartment at his waist and sent his current location to Lek Transcendent. David hid again and waited for about 20 minutes before 6 frigates appeared. He didn't show himself. He just watched the 5 frigates protect the surroundings. A frigate landed, and a few soldiers came to the body of Transcendent Dwight. They carefully placed the body on a stretcher, and then collected the broken limbs. It's General Froud's 4 limbs. A soldier took out an instrument and placed a piece of tissue in it before quickly saying in a deep voice. Although David, who was hiding at the side, did not see any changes in the expressions of the soldiers, a wave of sadness appeared on their bodies. We're taking the 2 Transcendent home. Several soldiers saluted in unison, and the 6 frigates sounded their alarms at the same time. This was the highest level of mourning. On the 6 corvettes, all the soldiers saluted. Several soldiers escorted the corpses and severed limbs onto the corvettes. David watched quietly until the frigate disappeared into the sky. Then, he stretched his body and stood up. Little White, remember the aura on the severed limbs. Let's follow that aura. David communicated with Little White through telepathy. Little White was obviously a little hesitant. It found that the aura here was mixed with the aura on the severed limbs. It was an aura that made it extremely afraid. Fortunately, David did not ask to track the aura that made Little White extremely afraid. After hesitating for a moment, Little White's trust in David overcame its fear and pointed a direction for David. David followed Little White's guidance and found traces of a cave on the ground not far away. The reason why it was called a cave trace was because the cave had collapsed long ago. Now, only a small pit and fresh soil were left. At this point, Little White's aura tracking was useless because the aura went underground. Unless David also went underground, Little White would not be able to track the aura underground. Although David had a rank 3 weapon and could move underground for short distances, it was impossible for him to track it over a long distance. Although Little White was out of ideas, David still had a choice. His mind entered the Shadow Attendant's body, and the Shadow Attendant followed the traces of the cave entrance into the ground. The cave from before had collapsed, but there were still traces underground. The Shadow Attendant quickly found a parallel cave 30 meters underground. David walked on the ground, and the Shadow Attendant followed him 30 meters underground. It was not fast, but it did not lose track of him. Some parts of the parallel cave 30 meters underground had also collapsed. This was because there was no support for a cave like this, so it was very normal for it to collapse. The caves that were still intact were in the rock layer underground. In the hard rock layer there was a thick cave. The surface of the cave was very smooth, as if it had been carefully polished. David knew that this should be the special ability of the Stoneskin Worm King. With this ability, the Stoneskin Worm King could move smoothly underground. Transcendent Frod's body was very weak. The Transcendent's physique allowed the blood vessels in his limbs to close automatically, and the injuries in his body would not worsen in a short period of time. His consciousness was still very clear, but it was because of this that he was extremely frightened. Transcendent Frod could feel the sharp teeth piercing through the Transcendent's armor and into his skin. His body was constantly being bitten by those teeth. He opened his eyes forcefully. The darkness underground was illuminated by the Transcendent's armor on his body, and he could see the scene in front of him. In front of Transcendent Frod, whether it was the soil or the rock, it seemed to be separated by a pair of invisible hands, forming a circular cave. He was now moving forward in the cave. He couldn't see the Stoneskin Worm King behind him, but the stench of the Stoneskin Worm King's mouth kept entering his nose, stimulating his sense of smell. Even if he was facing a situation where he could die at any time, Transcendent Frod still complained about the Stoneskin Worm King's unhygienic behavior in his heart. Transcendent Frod didn't know where the Stoneskin Worm King wanted to take him. Was it going to take him back to eat or feed him to the larvae? But when he thought about the wisdom of the Stoneskin Worm King, it was definitely not that simple. The cave seemed to be endless. Transcendent Frod felt like it was hell. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, he felt the Stoneskin Worm King stop. Transcendent Frod tried hard to raise his head, trying to see the situation around him. He saw pairs of glowing eyes, and each pair of eyes was a stone-skinned worm. He knew that he had been brought back to the nest of the Stone-Skinned Worm King. The Stone-Skinned Worm King bit Fried and moved through the group of stone-skinned worms. All of the stone-skinned worms were prostrating themselves on the ground, showing their obedience to the Stone-Skinned Worm King. With the light of the transcendent armor, Transcendent Frod could see that it was an underground cave, and a very large rock cave. The rocks of the Guardian Planet were already very difficult to scan, and the rocks here were associated with krypton crystals, so it was completely impossible to scan. This was an abandoned krypton crystal mine found by the Stone-Skin Worm King. This krypton crystal mine was abandoned by the Zerg. With the Zerg's barbaric and disorderly mining of krypton crystals, the abandoned krypton crystal mine was only left with associated rocks, not a single krypton crystal. The Stone-Skin Worm King specifically chose this place to settle its group. This place was safe enough, and it was impossible to be discovered. Transcendent Frod was thrown into a cave by the Stone-Skin Worm King. This was a nurturing room for Zerg larvae, but this nurturing room was a little special. There was only one larva inside. This larva was lying on a pile of krypton crystals, absorbing energy. The reason this larva had such special treatment was because this larva had shown some special characteristics. Transcendent Frod's eyes flashed with fear when he saw this larva. He wasn't even afraid of death, but when he saw the special characteristics of this larva, he was really scared. This larva's body was short and fat. The only unusual thing was that its head was very big, almost taking up a third of its body. Although the larva's body was still in its infancy state, it was only the size of an adult, but one could tell it was a brainworm bewitching worm. After the Stone-Skin Worm King lost the incubating crystal, it had been searching for the lost treasure, the incubating crystal that carried the hope of the Stone-Skin Worm race. For this reason, the Stone-Skin Worm King did not hesitate to launch a Zerg tide. Of course, it was thanks to David that it was able to launch the Zerg tide. David had killed the Iron Wing Bat Bug King and eliminated the natural enemy of the Stone-Skin Worm race. This made the Stone-Skin Worm King the strongest level 3 arachnid in this area. It also gave the Stone-Skin Worm King the ability to trigger a bug wave. After launching the Zerg tide, the Stoneskin Worm King's intelligence increased again. The Stoneskin Worm King could not communicate with humans, so it had no way of knowing where the incubating crystal was. Therefore, it began to nurture a large number of larvae. The Stoneskin Worm King had a purpose in nurturing larvae. Some of the larvae without potential would be turned into adult Zerg cannon fodder, while the few larvae with potential would be nurtured into subsidiary Zerg of the Stoneskin Worm race. For a rank 2 Zerg like the Brainworm Bewitching Worm, it was very difficult for them to survive the larval stage. This was because the other Zerg did not wish for a Brainworm Bewitching Worm to appear. An adult Brainworm Bewitching Worm was basically the natural enemy of the majority of lower Zerg. Only Warstar with a Brainworm Bewitching Worm could grow. This was because he was under the direct leadership of the Zerg, so the larvae's talent would not be buried. The Stoneskin Worm King had enough intelligence. It understood that as long as it had an adult Brainworm Bewitching Worm, it could communicate with humans or accept the memories in humans' minds. Transcendent Frud had clearly guessed the Stoneskin Worm King's thought. His expression changed and he wanted to die. However, the Stoneskin Worm King was clearly prepared. 5 larvae crawled in from outside the cave. These larvae had long mouthparts. The 5 larvae crawled to Transcendent Frud's side. Their long mouthparts pierced into Transcendent Frud's body, causing liquid to flow into his body. A numbing sensation enveloped Transcendent Frud's body, causing him to lose control of his body. The 5 larvae's function was naturally not limited to this. Aside from guiding the paralyzing liquid into Transcendent Frud's body, the larvae's mouthparts could also guide the nutrients needed to sustain his survival, allowing him to continue living. Transcendent Frud had never imagined that he would be so humiliated as an Zerg captive. He was a soldier. If he had known this earlier, he would have killed himself the moment he could control Transcendent's power. Fatigue, injuries, and the paralyzing liquid caused Transcendent Frud's consciousness to slowly blur. The Brainworm Bewitching Worm larvae in his eyes gradually faded as he fell into a deep sleep. The Stoneskin Worm King sensed the state of Transcendent Frud and left in satisfaction. After 10 hours of continuous tracking, David came to a mountain peak. The faintly discernible underground cave was in the direction of this mountain peak. The underground cave was no longer parallel here, but inclined upwards. This discovery made David more careful. He tried his best to avoid any rocky areas, because David still remembered that the Stoneskin Worm's innate ability was to sense creatures that came into contact with rocks within 100 meters. With Little White's stiff body from fright, David knew that the Stoneskin Worm King was here. The higher he went, the more rocks there were, which made it more difficult for David to move. The Shadow Attendant Underground discovered the underground cave at this time. This was no longer the previous cave, but a cave many times larger than the previous one. In the cave, many Stoneskin worms could be seen. Found the nest. David was overjoyed. He wanted to report this to Principal Lek Transcendent, but he hadn't found Transcendent Frud yet. He needed to confirm whether Transcendent Frud was alive or not. At this moment, a stone-skinned worm crawled close to the Shadow Servant. This stone-skin worm was more than 50 meters away from David on the ground and more than 20 meters away from the Shadow Attendant. This distance was enough for David to use some means. He sent out the bewitching pattern from the Soul Fortress and flew underground. With the help of the Shadow Attendant, and also replaced David's eyes, the bewitching pattern flew towards the stone-skin worm. The stone-skin worm suddenly stopped moving. Its abnormality didn't attract the attention of other stone-skin worms. Because they couldn't go out, many stone-skin worms in the group would move around aimlessly. In just a second, the stone-skin worm became David's puppet. David controlled the stone-skin worm puppet through the Shadow Attendant. A trace of his mind entered the stone-skin worm puppet and controlled it to go into the cave. Through the eyes of the stone-skin worm puppet, David saw that the cave was full of stone-skin worms. The stone-skin worm group that the military couldn't find was in this cave. The stone-skinned worm puppet walked around the cave. There were corpses everywhere on the ground. Some were Zerg, some were human. After looking around, David didn't find the body of Transcendent Frud. As long as the body of Transcendent Frud was here, it should be easy to find. No matter how broken his transcendent armor was, it should emit the light of a grade 3 material. Chapter 394. Suddenly, David controlled the stone-skinned worm puppet to lie on the ground because he saw a stone-skinned worm king swimming out of a cave in the distance. The stone-skinned worm king's body was much bigger than the normal stone-skinned worms, making it stand out among the other stone-skinned worms. Especially its aura, David's stone-skinned worm puppet couldn't help but feel scared when it appeared. This feeling shouldn't have appeared because the stone-skinned worm puppet should have abandoned all thoughts of its body. Its entire soul should be controlled by the enchanting pattern. However, this fear didn't just come from the soul, it came from the body's instinct. But this was also good. David's stone-skinned worm puppet was like the rest of the stone-skinned worms, showing obedience to the king. The stone-skinned worm king didn't notice the anomaly among the stone-skinned worms. It probably didn't expect this to happen, so it needed to leave to find more energy. The race needed energy, and the growth of the larvae needed energy. All of this needed the stone-skinned worm king to deal with. After becoming more intelligent, the stone-skinned worm king also developed a greater sense of responsibility. This sense of responsibility was rare among the insectoids. Normal insectoids would work hard and fight bravely for their race. This was the limit of what they could do. The stone-skinned worm king was constantly looking for energy to protect the entire race. When the stone-skinned worm puppet was crouching on the ground, David controlled it to raise its head and see the stone-skinned worm king leaving the cave. David, who was also crouching on the ground, couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. The stone-skinned worm king leaving gave him the perfect opportunity to do something. The stone-skinned worm puppet stood up and walked towards the cave the stone-skinned worm king just came out of. Since this cave was the temporary residence of the stone-skinned worms and the stone-skinned worm king was always busy, it did not assign any tasks to the people in the cave. Therefore, there were no stone-skinned worms guarding the cave entrance. This allowed the stone-skinned worm puppet to move more easily. David controlled the stone-skinned worm puppet to walk to the entrance of the cave. Transcendent Frud. David saw Transcendent Frud surrounded by 5 larvae at a glance. At this time, Frud Transcendent's eyes were closed. If not for his weak breathing, David would have thought that he was dead. Bewitching Overmind. David continued to look through the eyes of the stone-skinned worm puppet. When he saw the familiar insectoid, he couldn't help but be shocked. David would never forget the scene of encountering the brainworm of Bewitching that day. Dozens of Kaji were turned into puppets, while the rest of the Kaji and soldiers were unconscious. The brainworm of Bewitching was like a nightmare that appeared in David's memory from time to time. But soon enough, David realized something was wrong. This brainworm of Bewitching was obviously too small, it was a larva. The stone-skinned worm puppet walked into the cave. The sudden appearance of the stone-skinned worm didn't attract the attention of the larva and the other 5 larvae. Whether it was the larva or the other 5 larvae, their status in the stone-skinned worm tribe wasn't as high as the normal stone-skinned worms. Before the brainworm of Bewitching grew into an adult worm, it couldn't be compared to the normal stone-skinned worms. Even after it grew into an adult worm, it could only be a vassal of the stone-skinned worms. The stone-skinned worm puppet first walked to the side of the Bewitching Overmind worm larva and opened its mouth to bite it. With the Bewitching Overmind worm larva's defense, there was no way it could block the stone-skinned worm puppet's bite. The larva's giant head was bitten in half and instantly lost its life. The 5 larvae were stunned by the sudden scene. With their low intelligence, they didn't even dare to resist the stone-skinned worm puppet. The stone-skinned worm puppet walked to the side of the 5 larvae and bit them to death one by one. Looking at the unconscious Transcendent Frud, David didn't know what to do. Looking at the larva's body, David had an idea. He emptied the larva's body. Since the stone-skinned worm didn't have any forelimbs, it was done with its mouth. Even though David was only controlling the stone-skinned worm puppet's body with a trace of his mind, the feeling was still very uncomfortable for David. After the larva's body was emptied, the stone-skinned worm puppet used its mouth to drag the transcendent Frud into the larva's empty shell. After that, the stone-skinned worm puppet arrogantly walked out of the hole with the larva's body in its mouth. It then passed through the cave outside and walked past countless other stone-skinned worms. Although some stone-skinned worms looked up at the stone-skinned worm puppet, they didn't ask any more when they saw it was just a larva's body. If David was taking a risk, he knew that if he didn't take the risk now, the transcendent Frud would have no hope of survival. The stone-skinned worm puppet brought the larva's body to the hole that the stone-skinned worm king opened when it left and walked in without hesitation. David knew that even though the hole wasn't guarded at all, it wasn't that easy to enter and exit the hole. On the other hand, the hole opened by the stone-skinned worm king didn't have a complete passage ahead, so there weren't any stone-skinned worms guarding it. David took out the rank 3 longsword from his back and quickly dug on the ground. All the soil was collected by the shadow attendant beside him into the portal item, allowing him to dig without stopping. When he dug 30 meters, it was connected to the hole opened by the stone-skinned worm king. The stone-skinned worm puppet also dragged the larva's body over. David grabbed the larva's corpse and looked at Frod's state. Frod's aura was still in a comatose state. David held the transcendent Frud in his hand and ordered the shadow attendant to take out the last Krypton crystal powder bomb. He fiddled with the Krypton crystal powder bomb for a while and set it up properly. Then, he threw the bomb into the larva's body and handed it to the stone-skinned worm puppet. The stone-skinned worm puppet picked up the larva's body and went back the way it came. This time, the stone-skinned worm puppet didn't ask anything. It returned to the cave again. The stone-skinned worm puppet took out the Krypton crystal powder bomb from the larva's body and placed it under the larva's body. After doing all this, the stone-skinned worm puppet left the small hole and went back to the big hole to find a place to lie down. David withdrew his mind. He didn't care about the stone-skinned worm puppet anymore and let it wait for its tribe to perish. David carried the transcendent Frud's body and quickly left the mountain peak. Along the way, he flew straight into the sky, accelerating at full speed. His extreme speed was constantly activated and the short wings on his back were also strengthened to the maximum. During the flight, he protected transcendent Frud's body with his arms, trying to minimize the wind pressure from affecting transcendent Frud. At this time, the transcendent Frud was extremely fragile and needed immediate treatment. David didn't even dare to guarantee how long the transcendent Frud could live. The closest place to here was not the Academy base, but David's spaceship. Therefore, David's priority was naturally the spaceship. The previous 10 hours of tracking was just a slow search on the ground. Now that they were flying in the air, it only took 10 minutes to return to the spaceship. As soon as he entered the spaceship, David activated the autopilot. His target was the Academy base. The speed was the highest. When the spaceship took off, David had already put the transcendent Frud into the gene therapy cabin and gave the transcendent Frud a bottle of level 3 healing potion. David hadn't used this kind of good stuff since he got it. Instead, he let the transcendent Frud use it first. Looking at the breath of the transcendent Frud in the gene therapy cabin slowly stabilizing and no longer in the state of being on the verge of death, David finally felt relieved. Principal, I will arrive at the Academy base in 35 minutes. I brought the transcendent Frud back. David connected to the identity bracelet of the transcendent Lek and reported. What? The transcendent Lek exclaimed in disbelief. His expression also alarmed the other 3 transcendent who had been waiting in the office. The 3 transcendent looked at the transcendent Lek with inquiring eyes. David said that he brought General Flood back. The Transcendent Lek repeated David's words. General Flood is still alive? The Transcendent Kenny said in surprise. Although he had some conflicts with the Transcendent Flood before, he didn't want the Transcendent Flood to die. They were old friends for many years. When he heard the news that the Transcendent Flood was still alive, he was excited and in disbelief. Principal, please report to the military that the Transcendent Flood is now seriously injured. I gave him a level 3 healing potion and put him in the gene therapy cabin, but I think he needs better treatment. David reported. Okay, you did a good job. I'll contact the military right away. The Transcendent Lek said in a deep voice. After disconnecting, the Transcendent Lek immediately contacted the military. Now that 2 of the military's Transcendent were in trouble, the only person they could contact was General Herman, the military's highest general on the Guardian planet. General Herman was surprised and overjoyed when he heard the news. He boarded the battleship without hesitation and headed toward the first college of Iridia base. David's spaceship returned to the college base. As it was descending, 12 huge light spots suddenly appeared on the screen of the spaceship. The light spots were marked as frigate. A total of 12 frigates had arrived at the college base. The appearance of so many warships at once surprised the students. 11 frigates hovered in the air and surrounded the entire college base. One of the frigates descended and was about to land on the square in front of the gate of the base. The students' surprise turned into panic. No matter how they looked at it, it looked like the military was going to attack the college base. Attention, important personnel from the military have arrived. Instructors of all classes, please lead the students well and don't affect the image of the college. At this moment, an announcement sounded. The students were relieved and excited. David's spaceship entered through the open passage of the base and stopped in the hangar. As soon as it stopped, David received entry requests from Lek Transcendent and Kenny Transcendent. David opened the hatch of the spaceship. Lek Transcendent and Kenny Transcendent flashed in and saw Transcendent Flood floating in the genetic repair cabin at a glance. David, I didn't expect you to bring Transcendent Flood back. Lek Transcendent looked at David with surprise. David, good job. Kenny Transcendent stepped forward and hugged David. Transcendent Flood is back, and you want to return the space bracer to him. Do you regret it? Lek Transcendent asked with a smile. David was not surprised at all. He had thought about this problem before he rescued Transcendent Flood. However, if he could rescue Transcendent Flood, he would not give up just because of a space bracer. In other words, a space bracer was not enough to make David give up on rescuing Transcendent Flood. Perhaps in the eyes of Lek Transcendent and Kenny Transcendent, the space bracer of Transcendent was an extremely precious item to David. However, they would never have thought that David already had 4 space bracers on his arms and legs. David's wealth was far beyond their imagination. With more than 200 billion credits, as well as multiple level 3 weapons and multiple sets of transcendent armor, David's wealth had long surpassed some Transcendent. If I didn't rescue Transcendent Flood, I would regret it, David said with a smile. In the gene repair cabin, Transcendent Flood opened his eyes. Under the effect of the gene repair fluid, the paralysis fluid in his body slowly subsided and his consciousness slowly recovered. As soon as he woke up, Transcendent Flood heard the conversation between Transcendent Lek and David. He knew that David had rescued him. Transcendent Flood was very clear about the environment he was in at the time. He never thought that he could be rescued and come back alive. General Flood, you are awake. Lek Transcendent saw that Transcendent Flood had woken up and quickly greeted him. Transcendent Flood, who was in the gene repair fluid, nodded to Transcendent Lek and looked at David with gratitude in his eyes. General Flood, this is your space wristband. I put it here for you. David took out the space wristband from the waist of the custom-made exoskeleton armor and put it next to the gene repair cabin. Transcendent Flood was in the gene repair cabin and couldn't speak. He tried to smile. General Frud, General Herman has come and is coming this way. He will take you back. The military's treatment methods are more effective for you. Transcendent Lex said with a smile. As they were talking, the cabin door opened and a middle-aged soldier in a uniform walked in. Judging from his aura, he was a Peak Kaji. Behind him were 6 medics who were carrying some equipment and boxes. Thank you to the First College of Iridia for rescuing General Frud. As soon as General Herman walked into the cabin door and saw that Transcendent Frud was still alive in the gene repair cabin, his face showed excitement. He immediately saluted everyone present. Chapter 395. 6 medics came to the genetic repair pod and helped Transcendent Frud out of the genetic repair pod. Then, they opened the box they carried with them and took out 3 syringes that shone with green light. They injected the green liquid into Transcendent Frud's body. The medics retreated Transcendent Frud's severed limbs. The severed limbs had never been treated before. Although some recovery was done in the genetic repair pod, it was not professional. Is this Master David? General Herman turned to look at the only person he had never seen before. He was also the youngest Kaji and smiled. Greetings, General Herman. I am David. David replied. This time, your contribution will be remembered by the military. Thank you for everything you have done for the military. Thank you for bringing back General Frud. General Herman said solemnly. Previously, the news of the death of the 2 Transcendent Guardians had caused the military to lose face and their morale to plummet. General Herman was already mentally prepared. He was waiting for the news of the death of the 2 Transcendent Guardians to spread and be ridiculed by the military of the entire war zone. The death of the Transcendent Guardians was extremely rare in the war zone. David had saved Transcendent Frud and saved the reputation of the Guardian planet's military. In the military, reputation was sometimes more important than life. The Guardian planet's military might not be able to raise their heads for the next few decades if they were to be ridiculed. This was why General Herman was so grateful to David. In General Herman's opinion, David was the savior of the Guardian planet's military. This is what I should do, David said in a deep voice. Don't be so serious. If you need anything on the Guardian planet in the future, just contact me directly. This is my contact information. General Herman relaxed and said with a smile. He took the initiative to exchange contact information with David and made a promise. Do not underestimate the promise of a general. When necessary, this promise could save lives. On the other side, Transcendent Farad's treatment was almost finished. Of course, this short period of treatment couldn't completely heal his body, but the effect of the military's treatment was much better than the Transcendent's normal treatment. This was especially true when the patient was a Transcendent. They even used the best medicine the Guardian planet had. Therefore, in just a short while, Frud Transcendent's injuries had mostly healed. Not only that, the arms and legs of the Transcendent were also replaced by mechanical prosthetic. At this time, the Transcendent was adapting to the new arms and legs. He waved his arm and walked back and forth a few more steps. This kind of adjustable mechanical prosthesis was the best mechanical prosthesis in the military. It could receive signals from the brain and make the same movements as the original limbs. Of course, no matter how good the mechanical prosthesis was, it could not replace the Transcendent's limbs. This kind of mechanical prosthesis could not conduct the Transcendent's power at all. Transcendent Farad walked in front of David, grabbed David's hands with his prosthetic hands and said sincerely, "Master David, I thought I was going to die. You risked your life to save me. I was in an environment where I had a slim chance of survival. Thank you." Transcendent Farad did not ask David how he saved him because he felt that there must be something David did not want to talk about. At that time, he was in the Stoneskin Worm's cave. There was a Stoneskin Worm king and tens of thousands of Stoneskin Worms there. Even 10 Transcendent would not be able to bring him out alive. How did Master David save General Farad? As soon as General Hermann spoke, Transcendent Farad was ready to stop him, but he did not stop him. Master David, you don't have to answer this question. Transcendent Farad made a gesture to General Hermann, then turned his head and said, "It's okay. In fact, it was easy to find you. Little White, come out." David said with a smile and waved his hand. He called Little White out. Little White was in David's hand. Its small head looked around and saw that it was surrounded by terrifying creatures. It quickly hid its small head in David's palm. "This is my transcendent pet, Little White. It's a little timid." David comforted Little White and introduced it. After feeling that Little White had calmed down a little, he continued, "Little White is very sensitive to aura. It can follow the aura left behind by General Farad to find General Farad. I waited outside for a while and happened to see the king of the stone-skinned worm leaving. So, I used some tricks and secretly found General Farad and brought him back." Zhang Tai nodded and said, "That's right. General Farad was caught in the lair of the stone-skinned worm." "You found the stone-skinned worm's nest? You should have said so earlier." When General Hermann heard David's words, he was first surprised, then a little disappointed. According to the analysis of military intelligence, the stone-skin worm king's intelligence had been raised to a higher level than ordinary humans. David had rescued Transcendent Farad from the stone-skin worm king's nest. He had already let the stone-skin worm king know that the location of the nest was exposed. With the wisdom of the stone-skin worm king, it would definitely make corresponding arrangements. General Hermann couldn't blame David for not saving people. Transcendent Farad was right next to him. Even if Farad was disabled, he was still a transcendent. Besides, David was right to save people. Even if David had told the military the news, the military would have chosen to prioritize saving people instead of destroying the nest. "There's something I want to confess to the military." David hesitated for a moment and said, "Master David, I told you to contact me if you have any problems. If something happens, General Farad and I will do our best to help you. Tell us what it is, and we will do our best to help you." General Hermann waved his hand and said, "David, what's so serious that you want to confess?" Transcendent Lek also asked with a frown. "I obtained a Krypton crystal powder bomb before. I placed this Krypton crystal powder bomb in the stone-skin worm's nest and set it to explode," David said in a low voice. "Ha ha!" Transcendent Lek was the first to laugh. Then it was Transcendent Kenny, followed by General Hermann and Transcendent Farad. "Master David, you did very well. The military does control the use of Krypton crystal powder bombs, but this is nothing. As long as a transcendent-level expert has a reasonable need, they can apply to the military for the use of Krypton crystal powder bombs. Only in peaceful areas are they strictly prohibited." General Hermann explained with a smile. However, no one asked about the origin of the Krypton crystal powder bomb. Everyone knew without asking that it must have been obtained from the war zone. It was very likely that it was obtained from the spaceship David had seized. This was because David had come to the Guardian planet through the portal. It was impossible for him to have brought such a huge Krypton crystal powder bomb with him. The only possibility was that the Transcendent Esmond, who had been killed by David, had placed a Krypton crystal powder bomb in the spaceship. This was the thought of all the Transcendent present. It was reasonable. Even David did not expect that the Krypton crystal powder bomb incident would make the dead Transcendent Esmond the scapegoat. Will using a Krypton crystal powder bomb to destroy the stone-skin worm's nest make the king of the stone-skin worm go crazy? Transcendent Kenny asked in a deep voice. Everyone present knew that although the Krypton crystal powder bomb was terrifying, the chances of it killing the king of the stone-skin worm were not high. At most, it would severely injure it. With the king of the stone-skin worm's defense and recovery ability, It would only take a short time for it to recover from this injury. Transcendent Lex shook his head and said, "The scariest thing about the king of the stone-skin worm is not its strength but its intellect. Once it goes crazy, it will be a good thing. As long as it goes crazy, it will have an opening, and we can give it a fatal blow." General Hermann agreed. "Yes, I will inform all the bases to be careful. The transcendent reinforcements will be arriving soon. This is the location of the stone-skinned worm king's nest. The explosion hasn't happened yet. If we go there now, we might be able to kill the stone-skinned worm king while it's heavily injured." David shared the location with the other transcendents as he spoke. Transcendent Kenny sighed and said, "That's a good idea, but it will take time to organize the transcendent team. With the previous losses, I'm afraid it will be difficult to organize a transcendent hunting team in a short period of time." Transcendent forces from all the bases and the military had suffered heavy losses. The Volgo Academy was out of the question. Only one transcendent was not injured, and it would not participate in the operation. After the last operation, Slaw Combat Academy expressed that they needed to protect their base. Transcendent Glenn from Cater Academy was also injured, and it would be difficult for him to participate in the battle. Convincing the Transcendent to participate in the battle again would take time, and they did not have time now. Transcendent reinforcements from the military haven't arrived yet. Otherwise, this would be a good opportunity, General Hermann said helplessly. The Transcendent present were a little depressed that they could not use such a good opportunity. In fact, if the Lek Transcendent were to participate, they would have a chance. However, if they risked the Academy's survival, the Transcendent Kenny would not agree to let Lek Transcendent take action. Even if the king of the stone-skin worm continued to wreak havoc, they could not let Lek Transcendent be in danger. Lek Transcendent was the Academy's pillar, and they could not afford to lose it. The king of the stone-skin worm returned to its nest. It brought back some energy, most of which were ores that contained energy. Krypton ores were hard to find, but the rest of the ores were easy to find. Anyway, the digestive system of the stone-skin worm was as strong as any other insect, and the ores were easily digested. The king of the stone-skin worms threw the ores into the big hole and let the stone-skin worms take them. Most of the stone-skin worms here would stay still to reduce energy consumption. Only a few of the active stone-skin worms could not help themselves. Therefore, the stone-skinned worms didn't consume too much energy. All of them understood the importance of energy, so they didn't consume too much energy. The king of the stone-skin worms enjoyed the gratitude of the stone-skin worms. It swam its body towards the hole where the captives were. When it got close to the hole, its keen sense of smell allowed it to smell the unique smell of blood of the larvae. It could not help but feel nervous. It sped up and entered the hole. When it saw the hole full of corpses, especially the bodies of the brainworm larvae, anger rose in its heart. The Frud Transcendent was gone, and the one who did all this was obviously a member of the stone-skin worms group. The king of the stone-skin worms saw the wound on the brainworm larvae's head. It was a wound caused by the stone-skin worm's mouth. It was impossible for the king of the stone-skin worms to mistake such a wound. The rest of the larvae's corpses also reflected this. A stone-skin worm had come in and attacked the larvae. The king of the stone-skin worms was not the angriest about the disappearance of the Frud Transcendent. It was angry about the brainworm larvae being killed. How difficult was it to cultivate a brainworm larvae? Among thousands of larvae, the king of the stone-skin worms was considered lucky to have one. If it was not lucky, it was very likely that among millions or even billions of insect larvae, it would be hard to find a larvae with the brainworm bewitching talent. The main reason was that the brainworm bewitching talent was too special. It required larvae with a specially high spirit to transform. This was also because the guardian planet was very close to the war zone. The brainworm bewitching gene was already recorded in the larvae's body. In David's hometown of the Monolith Star, even if the larvae there had the brainworm bewitching talent, There was no corresponding gene record to transform into a brainworm bewitching. The king of the stone-skin worms let out a furious roar. Its roar caused a commotion among the stone-skin worms in the big hole outside. The roar was filled with anger, disappointment, and other emotions. The king of the stone-skin worms was very regretful. It should have ordered its direct elite stone-skin worms to guard the hole. It was just to save energy. Plus, this place was filled with stone-skin worms. The king of the stone-skin worms never thought that a stone-skin worm would not listen to its command and do such a thing. The more the king of the stone-skin worms thought about it, the angrier it got. Its body turned around in the hole, and its tail twitched as if it was venting its anger. The larvae's corpses in the hole were sent flying by this huge force and crashed into the wall. It was also at this moment that the krypton crystal powder bomb hidden under the brainworm bewitching worms' corpses was exposed. At this moment, the king of the stone-skin worms realized that it had misunderstood the stone-skin worms of its race. This was obviously an item made by humans. It could not have been brought here by the stone-skin worms. At the same time, a feeling of extreme danger rose from the king of the stone-skin worms' heart. It almost instinctively curled up its body and wrapped its head in the center of its body. The krypton crystal powder bomb exploded instantly. The white light completely covered a distance of 3,000 meters. Within this area, the soil, stones, and even the stone-skin worms were all turned into gas. In this area, the only thing that was still alive was the king of the stone-skin worms. Its skin was disappearing layer by layer, revealing the flesh underneath. The flesh was also being eroded by the violent energy. However, during this process, the king of the stone-skin worms' terrifying recovery ability was also constantly repairing its body. Chapter 396. The explosion caused by the krypton crystal powder bomb lasted for only a short time. After the explosion, the cave had already disappeared. With the cave as the center, a giant semicircular crater with a radius of 3 kilometers formed on the ground. This was also why the military had strict control over the krypton crystal powder bomb. Not only was the krypton crystal powder bomb powerful, but it also caused severe damage to the environment. Especially if the krypton crystal powder bomb exploded in some special areas, it would cause unknown consequences. If the krypton crystal powder bomb exploded in a krypton mine, there was a high chance that it would cause a chain reaction, and its power might be difficult to control. The stone-skin worm king collapsed at the bottom of the giant crater. Its injuries were extremely severe. Its skin was all gone, and in some places, even its bones were exposed. However, the injuries on its body were not the saddest part of the stone-skin worm king. Its colony had disappeared and turned into gas right in front of its eyes. The stone-skin worm king wobbled as it stood up. Its eyes were filled with hatred. It let out a mournful howl towards the sky like a wounded lone wolf. The ground beneath the stone-skin worm king's feet parted, and its body sank into the ground. Before it disappeared, it took one last look at its former home. Wisdom gave the stone-skin worm king intelligence that far exceeded normal Zergs. At the same time, it was accompanied by richer emotions. The krypton crystal powder bomb exploded. General Herman glanced at the latest news and said to David, "Great!" A smile appeared on Fried's face. When the stone-skinned worm king had the stone-skinned worm colony, it could do a lot of things with its wisdom. Now that it had lost its colony, its wisdom had also lost a lot of support. The Transcendent had never seen an Zerg nurturing a bewitching overmind on the Guardian planet. If the Stone-Skin Worm King had succeeded in nurturing the bewitching overmind, who knew how many Kaji on the Guardian planet would have suffered? Just thinking about the fear of facing the bewitching overmind's larvae, even though the Transcendent was now safe, it still had lingering fears. The Stone-Skin Worm King is actually cultivating a brain-bewitching worm in its lair. Everything it has done is over. Transcendent Frud looked at David and said, Transcendent Frud believed that David must have also seen the bewitching brainworm larva. What? Why would the stone-skin worm king cultivate brainworm bewitching brainworm? Transcendent Kenny asked in shock. Of course it wants to know what it wants to know from the human brain, such as my head. The Transcendent Frud pointed at his head with his prosthetic arm and said with a wry smile. Everyone present felt a chill run down their spines. The thought of the insectoids knowing everything about them made them feel like they were better off dead. Well done! General Herman said loudly. A brain-bewitching worm was a nightmare to the military. Once the military entered the brain-bewitching worm's mental control zone, they would be controlled and become the Zerg's puppets. David's explosion extinguished this danger before it could even form. David, the use of the Krypton crystal powder bomb this time still needs to be kept a secret. Although your strength is close to the transcendent, you are not a transcendent after all. Using the Krypton crystal powder bomb without authorization is always a little troublesome. Transcendent Lek reminded David. Principal, I'm afraid it's very difficult to hide such a big thing. David helplessly looked at Transcendent Frud and said. David's meaning was very clear. The rescue of Transcendent Frud couldn't be hidden. Therefore, when the Krypton crystal powder bomb happened at the same time, anyone would think that it had something to do with the rescue of Transcendent Frud. Master David, are you willing to give this merit to the military? General Herman asked with a smile. General Herman, giving the merit to the military is not a problem. However, David used a Krypton crystal powder bomb. Shouldn't you give it back to David? Transcendent Lek also asked with a smile. David looked at Transcendent Lek and General Herman as if he was looking at two old foxes. Although General Herman's words had the intention of helping David solve this problem, in fact, he was benefiting himself. The King of Stoneskin Worms incident had caused the Guardian Planet military to lose a lot of face. Although Transcendent Frud came back alive, as long as the injuries on his limbs hadn't healed, he wouldn't be able to fight at all. The Guardian Planet military would still be affected. Now that David's merit was given to him, he could use the powerful counterattack against the King of Stoneskin Worms' nest to minimize the impact. It could even make the Guardian Planet military react quickly. Transcendent Lek obviously knew this. However, although he couldn't get anything from the merit, he could take back the Krypton crystal powder bomb for David. No problem. However, Master David, it's best not to use the Krypton crystal powder bomb on the Guardian Planet. General Herman agreed without hesitation. Transcendent Frud left on the frigate and the Academy base returned to its peaceful state. David returned to the dormitory. Looking at the familiar layout, he felt a sense of relaxation. This king hunting operation was too dangerous. He never thought that an operation involving 14 Transcendent would end in such a way. 2 dead and 5 injured. 3 of the injured Transcendent had to be amputated from a finger to an entire arm. David didn't gain much from this operation. He didn't get any useful soul energy. However, his biggest gain was that he came back alive. If David wasn't on the spaceship and participated in the operation on the ground, the consequences would be unimaginable. David laid on the sofa. It was rare for him to be too lazy to move. He just wanted to have a good sleep. Suddenly, he remembered that he did gain something from this operation. It was the dimensional wrist guard that belonged to Transcendent Dwight. The military agreed to Lek Transcendent's request, and the dimensional wrist guard became his spoils of war. Summoning the Shadow Attendant, a trace of his consciousness entered the Shadow Attendant's body and controlled the Shadow Attendant to open the dimensional wrist guard. There were only a few items in the 2 cube. There was a level 3 longsword, a level 3 warhammer, a dozen bottles of Transcendent's normal healing potions, and dozens of nutrient solutions. David wasn't surprised to see the level 3 warhammer. It was Dwight Transcendent's weapon. Although he was the Transcendent representative of the military on the Guardian Planet, the environment was harsh and he didn't have much power. However, there were many opportunities here. A level 3 heavy weapon like the level 3 warhammer was not something an ordinary Transcendent could get their hands on. Transcendent Dwight could not see his enemy when he was about to die. The only thing he could do was not to fight but to escape from the smoke. In order to increase his speed, he put the weapon into the dimensional wrist guard, which allowed the weapon to appear here. It wasn't that the military didn't know about the level 3 warhammer. However, it was indeed David's spoils of war. With Lek Transcendent's endorsement, the military couldn't afford to offend Lek Transcendent and the First College of Iridia for this level 3 warhammer. In addition, David had rescued Transcendent and returned the other dimensional wrist guard to David. The Guardian Planet's military now owed David a huge favor. It was even more impossible for them to consider David's spoils of war. David held the level 3 war hammer in his hand and swung it a few times. Feeling the difference in the level 3 war hammer, David's mood suddenly improved. The next day was very peaceful. The Stoneskin Worm King seemed to have disappeared and didn't appear. This was different from the Transcendent's expectations. They thought that the crazy Stoneskin Worm King would immediately counterattack. Therefore, when David was resting yesterday, all the bases in the area increased their alert level. Even the First College of Iridia's base requested that all students were not allowed to leave the base. Even the usual safe areas were not allowed to enter. Who knew if the Stoneskin Worm King would suddenly appear from the ground and target these students? This made the college base particularly lively. The business in the trading area was very good. David gave the level 3 sniper bullet warhead to the college. The professional teachers in the college would make new level 3 sniper bullets for David. While waiting for the level 3 sniper bullets to be reloaded, he received a message from Kenny Transcendent. David, come to the reception room. There are guests visiting you. I'm helping you receive them. As soon as the communication was connected, Kenny Transcendent quickly said, "Who's the guest?" David was puzzled. Of all the people he knew on the Guardian Planet, he couldn't think of anyone who would visit him. "Come quickly. It's Anurin Transcendent." Kenny Transcendent replied with a smile. David didn't know why Anurin Transcendent was visiting him. With this question in mind, he went to the reception room. This was a place the college base prepared to receive special guests. As soon as David entered the reception room, he saw Anurin Transcendent sitting there chatting with Kenny Transcendent. As soon as Anurin saw David, he immediately stood up and greeted David with a smile. "Anurin Transcendent, may I know why you're here today?" After exchanging pleasantries, David asked directly. "Headmaster Lek contacted our college yesterday. He wants to exchange a portion of Kaji's limb regrowth potion. I heard that Master David needed it, so I came over." Anurin Transcendent replied with a smile. "You have such a potion?" David's eyes lit up as he asked excitedly. "Of course. The potion is here. Since you don't have a space item, you'll need to store it in a cooler to maintain its effects," Anurin Transcendent said as he handed a test tube to David. David was stunned. He didn't expect Anurin Transcendent to give him the potion so directly. For a moment, he forgot to take the test tube. "Anurin Transcendent, may I know what I should pay in exchange?" David hesitated for a moment before taking the test tube. This was the hope for his father, Hans, to recover. He held the test tube in his hand and asked, "Master David, is my life not worth as much as this potion?" Anurin Transcendent asked with a smile. "David, just take it. Anurin went back to the Slaw Star field through the portal last night to get it," Kenny Transcendent said from the side. "Thank you." David thanked sincerely. Seeing David accept the test tube, Anurin Transcendent showed a satisfied smile on his face. The favor he owed David was not something a potion could compare to, but he felt very good to be able to return some favors and thank David with it. In fact, this potion was very rare even in the Slaw Star field. When he heard the news yesterday, he immediately returned to the Star field through the portal. He used a lot of favors and paid a huge price to get this bottle of potion. However, all of this was worth it after receiving David's sincere gratitude. If you have time in the future, you are welcome to visit the Star field, Master David. We have the most beautiful scenery in the Federation. Anurin Transcendent invited with a smile. I will definitely disturb you then. David also responded with a smile. After helping each other, David and Anurin Transcendent's friendship deepened. After sending Anurin Transcendent away, David immediately asked the Shadow Attendant to put the potion into the space ring. His most important items were in the space ring, and this bottle of potion was also the most important item. David felt that he could not wait any longer. His goal of finding a healing potion for his father, Hans, was actually completed at this moment. He wanted to return to Monolith immediately to treat Hans. For this, he went to Lek Transcendent's office. Lek Transcendent was still worried about the Stoneskin Worm King. After Kenny Transcendent and the others returned, they continued to stay at the Academy base. David needed to apply for leave to travel from the Guardian planet to Monolith, which was also a war zone. He would need to fly a spaceship there. This was not only leaving the Academy base, but also leaving the planet. Naturally, he had to apply for leave from Lek Transcendent. Headmaster! David walked into the office after receiving permission from Lek Transcendent. David, please take a seat. Lek Transcendent saw David and stood up enthusiastically. He took out a bottle of fruit juice from his space bracer and poured a glass for David. This was the best drink on the Guardian planet. Lek Transcendent's actions showed how much he cherished David. Headmaster, I would like to apply for leave to return to Monolith. David was a little anxious, so he did not even drink the fruit juice before making the request. It's because of your father, Hans, right? Lek Transcendental asked with a smile, as if he understood. He knew that Anurin Transcendent had come to deliver medicine to David. He also knew about David's background. David's father was a nation knight with a broken limb. Hans was very famous in the war zone. He was one of the rare Kaji snipers who earned the title of nation knight through his achievements in the war zone. Therefore, he had expected David to come looking for him. Yes, my father has been suffering from injuries. I want to go back as soon as possible to treat him. David nodded. I understand how you feel, but you still have to wait for a while. The Academy needs you here. Once the matter of the Stoneskin Worm is settled, I'll immediately approve your leave. I'll also apply for permission to use the nearest portal to planet Monolith for you. Your ship will only need a short time to reach planet Monolith. Lakers said with a smile. Chapter 397. On the third night after the stone-skinned worm's nest was bombed, a pair of hateful eyes were staring at the base of Slaw Combat College. The previous stone-skinned worm king's actions were all for the sake of its race, for the sake of its race's evolution, and for that, it had to obtain the incubation crystal. But now, the stone-skinned worm king's only thought was to kill. It was the nature of the insectoids, especially when there was only hatred in its heart. The stone-skinned worm king's choice was simple. The base of Slaw Combat College was still under construction, and the infrastructure was too huge. Although there was a professional team working on it, it would still take some time before it was completed. Before that, the entire base of Slaw Combat College only had basic scanning and defensive capabilities. Therefore, the stone-skinned worm king chose this base to carry out its first revenge. The night provided the insectoids with the best cover. Without a large scanning device, the temporary defensive system was much less effective. The stone-skinned worm king's body disappeared into the ground. In the past 3 days, it had built a tunnel that was 5 meters wide and tall. Even for the stone-skinned worm king, this wasn't an easy task. For the past 3 days, it had been consuming its mutated energy. Then it would rest and recover, and consume and recover again. It was hatred that kept the stone-skinned Worm King going. It had built a wide tunnel from a hidden spot 20 kilometers away from Slaw Combat College to the front of the college. The reason why the tunnel was not dug directly into the Krypton crystal mine was because the first project of Slaw Combat College was to incorporate the entire Krypton crystal mine into a professional security system. This security system was specially designed for the Krypton crystal mine. It was a special security system developed by the Federation to protect the Krypton crystal mine. With the Krypton crystal mine's energy support, it could defend against intruders from underground and at the same time, sound the alarm. The stone-skinned Worm King had inherited memories, and its higher intelligence allowed it to understand the habits of the Federation. When the college base is built, we can be like the students of the First College of Iridia, Cater College and Volgo College. We can kill insectoids every day for points and have an endless supply of training resources. A student of Slaw Combat College, wearing an exoskeleton armor, said to his friend with longing in his eyes. Slaw Combat Academy's treatment was pretty good. They had a large supply of level 1 strengthened meat, and they could apply for level 2 strengthened meat from the academy when they needed it. However, this kind of treatment was relative. Compared to those ordinary academies, the Slaw Combat Academy that the Slaw Star region had invested a huge amount of resources into was naturally extremely good. However, compared to the academies that truly had their own academy base, the difference was too great. For example, for the students of the First College of Iridia, as long as they had enough points, let alone level 2 fortified meat, they could even exchange for level 3 fortified meat at any time. This was the benefit of having a college base. Therefore, the students of Slaw Combat Academy were extremely envious of the students of these academies. Now that they were finally going to have their own academy base, they were extremely excited. Especially recently, the academy had often organized for them to wipe out the nearby insectoids, and the students had made good gains. This made the students have high expectations for the base. I heard that those academies only need 100 points to exchange for a portion of level 3 strengthened meat. It's produced by level 3 insectoids that can only be killed by the Transcendent. When will I be able to use level 3 strengthened meat? His friend exclaimed. The two students, Kaji, were responsible for guarding the base. Although there was a temporary scanning device, the tradition of Slaw Combat Academy still required the students to take turns to guard the base. The two students, Kaji, were standing on the defensive wall. The wall was 20 meters tall and made of alloy. This was the first line of defense for the base that had yet to be completed. They were responsible for guarding the 100-meter defensive wall. As long as they stood on the defensive wall, the light from the defensive wall would illuminate the area within a few kilometers as if it was daytime. Any insectoids that came close would be discovered. As the base had yet to be completed, the defensive system of the base was some defensive missiles. However, as the base did not have a specialized large-scale scanning device, the range of the defensive missiles was only 10 kilometers. This was a defensive system that targeted level 2 insectoid. The level 1 insectoids would be protected by the Transcendence aura, and the level 1 insectoids would not dare to come close. Of course, this was also a temporary measure. Once the base was completed, it would be replaced by a more complete defensive system. The two students' mission was to discover some special insectoid. As the scanning device was not complete, some insectoids with special abilities might be able to avoid being scanned. This required the students on duty to be able to discover and judge. They could eliminate the insectoids on their own or call for the Combat Kaji team. Just as the two students, Kaji, were fantasizing about the good days ahead, two white lights flashed across the ground from afar and appeared beside the two students, Kaji, and the two Kaji's bodies swayed. The two students, Kaji, looked at the claw on each other's chest. It was a weapon of the insectoid. They wanted to sound the alarm, but the other claw had already pierced through their unsealed facial armor. The two students, Kaji, fell to the ground, revealing the two flash bugs behind them. Although they were only level 1 insectoids, they had an extremely strong jumping ability and decent attack power. They had an absolute advantage in ambushing fixed targets at night. After killing the two students, Kaji, the two flash bugs jumped again. Their target was a few defensive missile launchers on high ground. After the two flash bugs, a large number of flash bugs appeared. Their target was also the various defensive missile launchers and other defensive facilities of Sierra Combat College. The temporary scanning device of Sierra Combat College did not have the ability to scan the inside of the base. It could only scan the area 10 kilometers outside of the base. Therefore, the flash bugs that broke into the base were not detected by the scanning device and did not sound the alarm. This was the disadvantage of not having a proper base. This could be made up by Kaji on duty, but who would have thought that Kaji on duty would be killed in an instant without the chance to sound the alarm? Boom! An explosion occurred after the defensive missile launcher was destroyed. After this explosion, there was a series of explosions. Although the defensive missile launcher was powerful, its body was extremely fragile. Ordinary alloys and energy thrusters would cause an explosion as soon as it was destroyed. The first explosion woke the base up. Transcendent Draper, who was in the temporary office, ran out immediately and saw the flash bugs that kept flashing in the night. The insectoids are attacking. Everyone, put on your armor and prepare for battle. Transcendent Draper equipped his body with a green glowing transcendent armor while activating the transcendent power. His voice penetrated the building and reached everyone's ears. Although the students of Sierra Combat College did not have much experience fighting the insectoids, they had plenty of experience. Although it was a temporary gathering at night, they quickly put on their armor and rushed out of the dormitory. This was also related to the fact that they were on the Guardian planet. Every student would place their exoskeleton armor beside them. The Guardian planet's danger level and the Academy's requirements required them to do so. Therefore, when the few defensive facilities in the base were destroyed, the Kaji students formed a battle formation and prepared to attack the flashbug. Draper's transcendent speed was very fast. For the sake of speed, he only used a level 3 longsword. In a short period of time, he killed 3 flash bugs in a row. The flash bugs seemed to have received some kind of order. They did not choose to fight. Instead, after destroying the defensive facilities, they immediately jumped out of the defensive wall and left. Even with transcendent Draper's speed, it was difficult to chase after the flash bugs. On top of that, the insectoids suddenly appeared, so he did not dare to leave the base. Transcendent Draper shouted to stop Kaji students from chasing. Ignore those flash bugs. Guard the defensive wall and stop the insectoids from attacking. Transcendent Anurin and Transcendent Klaus rushed over. They were wearing their transcendent armor and stood beside Transcendent Draper. Dozens of holes appeared on the ground in front of the defensive wall that was attacked just now. Countless corrosive mutant larvae rushed out from them. The corrosive mutant larvae didn't have the ability to jump, so they couldn't reach the wall. Instead, they used their bodies to smash into the wall, and in an instant their bodies exploded. The corrosive liquid flowed onto the wall and made a hissing sound. Corrosive holes appeared on the defensive wall one after another. The corrosive mutant larvae behind continued to expand the holes, allowing them to rush through. Transcendent Klaus said with a gloomy face, "Damn it, it's this again. We need to send out a signal for help. The Stoneskin Worm King is here." Transcendent Klaus was the only one who participated in the battle against the Stoneskin Worm King. He had seen how the corrosive mutant larvae attacked before. Because of this familiarity and the insectoid's intelligence, Transcendent Klaus knew that this was an attack led by the Stoneskin Worm King. Transcendent Klaus knew how scary the Stoneskin Worm King was. He knew that even if he teamed up with the other 2 Transcendent beside him, it would still be hard to beat the Stone Skin Worm King. Especially since the defensive weapons of the base had been destroyed, the weapons that could deal with the Stone Skin Worm King were useless. At this moment, the students of Slaw Combat Academy showed their excellent fighting skills. They immediately changed their formation to a defensive counterattack formation in front of the corrosive mutant larvae. Kaji the Big Shield was in front to block the corrosive mutant larvae. Kaji the Spear was in the back to clean up the corrosive mutant larvae. The rest of the Kaji were in charge of cleaning up the corrosive mutant larvae. The corrosive mutant larvae were not strong. In fact, they were very weak. The only weapon they had was to use the corrosive liquid in their bodies to attack their enemies. The corrosive liquid was ineffective against high-grade materials, so it did not pose much of a threat to Kaji. As long as they were not drenched by the corrosive mutant larvae's corrosive liquid, they would not be in danger. The three Transcendent Klaus did not participate in the battle. They hovered in the air and stared at the battle, searching for traces of the Stone Skin Worm King. The Stone Skin Worm King was their opponent. If the Stone Skin Worm King were to fight with the students, it would be a one-sided massacre. As more and more students joined the battle, the situation stabilized. Some students took out disinfectant from the storehouse and sprayed it on the corrosive liquid on the ground. In the previous Hunting King operation, the Stone Skin Worm King used the corrosive mutant larvae's corrosive liquid to kill 2 Transcendent Klaus and injure several Transcendent Klaus. This tactic was no longer effective. On the second day after that battle, a large amount of disinfectant to counter the corrosive mutant larvae's corrosive liquid was stored in the storehouses of the various academies. Just like how the insectoids understood the humans of the Federation through their inheritance, the humans of the Federation understood the insectoids very well. They had their own ways to counter the insectoid. It was just that the insectoids had too many ways to attack, so they could not prepare every countermeasure. However, this also ensured that the insectoid's countermeasure would only work once. Just like now, as the disinfectant was sprayed out, the corrosive liquid on the ground was like snow meeting fire. It quickly melted into normal water. From the hole in front of the defensive wall, the insectoids poured out again. This time, it was not the corrosive mutant larvae, but the poison impact beetles. The poison impact beetles were also one of the weaker insectoid. They were also a type of insectoid that could only be used once. Everyone, switch to the internal circulatory system and activate the sprinkler system. A teacher appeared and began to instruct the student. One by one, the poison impact beetles smashed onto Kaji's shield and exploded, turning into a cloud of poisonous mist. However, Sira Combat Academy had already prepared for this. The sprinkler system was a cleaning system for the outer wall of the base. As the water on the Guardian planet was very precious, the sprinkler system was specially prepared for special situations like this. Of course, Sira Combat Academy would not be stingy with their water. The sprinkler system was originally prepared to deal with the petrifying gas of the Stone Skin Worm King. Although they did not know if it would work, it could prevent the petrifying gas from mixing with other smog and becoming indistinguishable. The poison of the poison impact beetles did not work. As soon as the poisonous mist rose, it was washed away by the spray of water. Student Kaji was not completely unscathed. Some of the weaker Kaji were hit by the poison impact beetles multiple times. As long as they could not hold their shield and lost their defensive position, they would be pounced on by the poison impact beetles and be blown up at close range. Whenever a Kaji was injured or killed, another Kaji would quickly take its place. Student Kaji did not have time to mourn. The only thing they needed to do was to kill the insectoids in front of them. Chapter 398. Although Slaw Combat Academy had only lost a dozen or so students in the battle so far, countless insectoid corpses had fallen in front of them. However, the 3 Transcendents did not look happy at all. These insectoids were all weak level 1 insectoid. These insectoids were not considered consumables among the insectoid. Even the materials used to kill these insectoids were of a lower grade than normal level 1 insectoid. The 3 Transcendent and Master David from the First College of Iridia are on their way here. They will be here in about 10 minutes. The other college bases will also send Transcendent. They should only be able to send 1 Transcendent at most. The Draper Transcendent said to the 2 Transcendent next to him in a deep voice. Allies are more reliable, the Transcendent said softly. Silence, Anlin. Watch your words, the Transcendent said in a deep voice. The 3 Transcendent knew why the First College of Iridia was so concerned about Slaw Combat College. They sent 3 Transcendent and David all at once. On one hand, the relationship between Slaw Combat Academy and Ilidia First Academy was at its best, especially after David had saved Transcendent Anlin. Their relationship had become even more harmonious. On the other hand, Slaw Combat College was partly owned by the First College of Iridia. Even if it was to protect their own interests, they still had to come and help. As for the other 2 colleges, the Glen Transcendent of Cater College had lost an arm, and the Volgo College was even worse. They had lost a Transcendent. The reason they sent a Transcendent was because of the agreement between the colleges. The military guardianship will arrive in 2 minutes at most. We are lucky this time. There are 2 guardianships patrolling nearby. The Transcendent Draper finally smiled when he received the news. Although the insectoids were fused with the base and could not use their main cannons to attack, the guardianships still had a lot of less powerful weapons and missiles. These were enough to deal with the insectoid. Even if the Stoneskin Worm King appeared, they could still deal with it. Just when the 3 Transcendent Draper were in a good mood, another insectoid rushed out of the hole. This time, it was 4 meters tall and 7 meters long. It had 6 legs and 2 thick forelimbs. These were the armored rock worms. After the 10 armored rock worms rushed out of the cave, they passed through the hole in the defensive wall and rushed towards the defensive formation set up by the students. Behind the armored rock worms were the hunter mantises. These hunter mantises followed behind the armored rock worms. We need to make a move, the Transcendent Draper said helplessly. He originally did not plan to make a move at this time, but even if Kaji could block the charge of 10 level 2 armored rock worms, the hunter mantises behind them would cause a lot of damage to the students. If it was before, the Transcendent Draper would have wanted to preserve his strength, but the military guardianship was about to arrive, so he decided to make a move. I will go, the Transcendent Draper said in a deep voice. His body flashed, and he rushed to the front of the armored rock worm. The rank 3 warhammer in his hand smashed heavily on the armored rock worm's head. His speed was too fast, and he attacked while the armored rock worm was charging, so the armored rock worm had no chance to dodge at all. The armored rock worm was hit in the head by the rank 3 warhammer, and a clear dent immediately appeared on its head. Then, the armored rock worm's body went limp and its huge body fell to the ground. The armored rock worm behind it was too fast, so it stepped on the body of the armored rock worm and continued to charge towards the Transcendent Draper. The Transcendent Draper did not retreat and counterattack. Instead, it stepped forward and swung the rank 3 warhammer upwards. This strike hit the lower jaw of the armored rock worm behind it, and the huge force shattered the lower jaw of the armored rock worm, the bone piercing into its head. After 2 armored rock worms were killed by the Transcendent Draper, the armored rock worms behind them had no choice but to stop. The Transcendent Draper stepped forward again and swung the rank 3 warhammer again. The armored rock worms were not weaker than the Transcendent Draper in terms of strength. In fact, they were even a bit stronger. However, the Transcendent Draper was too fast. It was not something the armored rock worms could compare to. In addition, the rank 3 warhammer was more effective than a sharp rank 3 weapon against these huge armored rock worms. A sharp rank 3 weapon needed to attack the vital parts of the armored rock worms to pose a threat. However, a rank 3 warhammer was different. No matter where it hit, the result would be bone-shattering and flesh-tearing. It would also directly shake the rest of the armored rockworm and cause a wider range of damage. The transcendent draper dealt with the armored rockworms very easily. It was a type of suppression in terms of combat power. The armored rockworms lost their charge, so they lost their biggest advantage. The Kaji students also began to advance. The Stone-Skin Worm King has appeared. Just as the Transcendent Draper wanted to help the Kaji students deal with the rest of the armored rockworms, he heard the Transcendent Draper's warning. The Transcendent Draper immediately flew into the air and saw the Stone-Skin Worm King coming through the wall. The hole in the defensive wall was too small. It was just that when the Stone-Skin Worm King passed through, it had forcefully created a hole in the defensive wall that allowed it to pass through. "I'll stop it!" the Transcendent Draper shouted. "The Stone-Skin Worm King is not as fast as you. Use your speed to attack and immediately retreat." The Transcendent Draper knew the Transcendent Draper's personality. He knew he could not persuade the Transcendent Draper, so he could only remind him. The Stone-Skin Worm King moved forward and swept the hunter mantises in front of it with its tail. A dozen hunter mantises were swept into the battle formation formed by the student. These hunter mantises were hit by several weapons before they landed. They were already dead when they hit the ground. The Stone-Skin Worm King did not stop sweeping its tail. Not only the hunter mantises, but also the armored rockworms were swept into the Kaji students' battle formation. However, this time, the Kaji students did not immediately kill the armored rockworms. Instead, several of them were injured by the armored rockworms. The armored rockworms then charged left and right in the battle formation until a pinnacle senior Kaji came over and killed the armored rockworms. The Transcendent Draper maintained his calmness and rushed towards the Stone-Skin Worm King. The Stone-Skin Worm King raised its head and looked at him. The two stared at each other. Transcendent Anlin felt a chill when he saw the eyes of the Stone-Skin Worm King. It was a pair of eyes filled with madness and hatred. Both eyes were glowing with red light. Without any hesitation, the Transcendent Draper's body reacted faster than his mind and turned in the air. At the same time, the Stone-Skin Worm King spat out a petrifying gas and brushed past the Transcendent Draper. The Transcendent Draper did not retreat. After dodging the petrifying gas, he calculated the time the Stone-Skin Worm King would use the gas again. He didn't know how long the Stone-Skin Worm King had between each petrifying gas attack, but he had studied the battle data of the Stone-Skin Worm King. He believed that there would be a gap between each attack. This kind of baseless judgment was risking his life at this time, but the Transcendent Draper decided to go all out. If the Transcendent Draper and the Transcendent Draper could not hold the Stone-Skin Worm King back, then the three Transcendent Draper would join the battle. At that time, all three Transcendent would die here. The Transcendent Draper rushed forward and arrived in front of the Stone-Skin Worm King. Borrowing the momentum, he swung his Grade 3 Warhammer and smashed it heavily on the Stone-Skin Worm King's body. My bet paid off. The Transcendent Draper was overjoyed. His judgment was correct. He had successfully approached the Stone-Skin Worm King and hit it. With a boom, the Grade 3 Warhammer smashed into the Stone-Skin Worm King's body. The Stone-Skin Worm King's body couldn't help but tremble. The Stone-Skin Transcendent Draper also felt his hand go numb. The strong recoil from the Grade 3 Warhammer almost made him drop it. The Stone-Skin Worm King's body immediately recovered after the momentary pause. It opened its mouth at the Transcendent Draper, whose speed had been affected by the recoil. The Transcendent Draper felt the world slow down. He saw the gray gas gathering in the Stone-Skin Worm King's mouth, ready to leave at any time and shoot at him. The Transcendent Draper felt bitter. He had not been in danger for many years, but in just a few days, he had been in danger again and again. Last time, David had saved him. This time, it would be hard for him to escape. The Transcendent Draper thought of many things at that moment, but it was also at that moment that a frigate appeared and fired 2 cannons at the same time. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of machine cannons could be heard. Even faster than the sound of machine cannons were the cannonballs that flew out. The cannons hit the Stoneskin Worm King's body, stopping the Stoneskin Worm King from spitting out the petrifying gas. At the same time, it was forced back by the cannons. The cannons on the frigate were a type of melee weapon. Although the cannons were only made of Grade 1 materials, the impact of the cannons on the frigate was shocking. The Stoneskin Worm King was forced back by the impact and had no time to attack the Transcendent Draper. However, because it was only a Grade 1 cannonball, no matter how strong the impact was, it couldn't injure the Stone-Skinned Worm King. Even if it was injured by the impact, the Stone-Skinned Worm King would recover quickly with its powerful recovery ability. "They're finally here." The Transcendent Draper let out a long sigh of relief. He recalled the situation just now and couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. The Transcendent Draper and Klaus Transcendent Draper, who were preparing to provide support in the air, also broke out in cold sweat. Just as they were rejoicing, they saw more than 10 thick energy beams shoot out from outside the defensive wall. The target of these energy beams was the frigate. The frigate was at a low altitude and had no time to dodge at all. It was hit by these energy beams. The energy shield outside the frigate shook for a while and then disappeared. These energy beams were shot out by the elite explosive spray bug. They had a special destructive effect on energy shield. This was the result of the explosive spray bug's many years of evolution. The explosive bug's mission was to attack the warships in the sky. The strongest part of the Federation warships was their energy shield, which could block a large amount of attack. However, the explosive bug's attack was like a needle, and the energy shield was broken in a short time. After the energy beams penetrated the energy shield, they still managed to break through the defense of the frigate, creating more than 10 holes in the frigate's hull. Many of the frigate's equipment were destroyed, and there was a problem with the power transmission. The frigate spun in the air and fell to the ground. During the descent, dozens of missiles flew out from the frigate, targeting the location of the explosive spray bug. While the frigate was still descending, a series of explosions came from the ground. It was the sound of the explosive bugs being hit and the missiles exploding one after the other. A second frigate appeared in the sky. As soon as it appeared, it gathered energy and began to charge its main cannon. This didn't mean that the second frigate was going to use its main cannon. The captain just wanted to scare the Stone-Skinned Worm King away. As long as the Stone-Skinned Worm King left the base, he would be able to use all his means of attack. However, the captain obviously underestimated the Stone-Skinned Worm King's intelligence. The Stone-Skinned Worm King sensed that the frigate's main cannon was charging, but it didn't run away immediately. Instead, it sped up and rushed towards the Kaji students' formation. The Stone-Skinned Worm King knew that as long as it was with humans, the frigate wouldn't dare use its main cannon. When the Stone-Skinned Worm King rushed forward, the hunter mantises and armored bugs in front of it were all pushed towards the Kaji students' formation. The Kaji students used their shields to block in front of them and used their bodies to block the approach of the Stone-Skinned Worm King. At this moment, the Stone-Skinned Worm King did something that no one expected. It spat out a mouthful of petrifying gas. The hunter mantises, armored bugs, and dozens of Kaji students in front of the Stone-Skinned Worm King didn't dodge. They were all surrounded by the petrifying gas. "Everyone back off!" the Draper Transcendent yelled. The Stone-Skinned Worm King used its tail to bounce on the ground, and its huge body flew up towards the frigate in the sky. No one expected the Stone-Skinned Worm King to have such an ability. In just one bounce, its body flew up 200 meters. The frigate also descended to 200 meters in order to be able to use its close combat system. However, the combatants on the frigate reacted quickly. All the defensive missiles were activated, and the frigate seemed to be glowing. Dozens of missiles flew out and bombarded the stone-skin worm king. The momentum of its body in the air was reduced, and it finally fell back to the ground. Chapter 399. When the stone-skin worm king fell to the ground, its body flipped in the air. Its huge body turned nimbly in the air and fell towards the retreating students of Sla Combat College. Transcendent Anlin didn't hesitate and immediately rushed towards the location where the stone-skin worm king had landed. Transcendent Draper and Transcendent Klaus also rushed over. If the stone-skin worm king really let loose, these students wouldn't be enough. The stone-skin worm king turned around and looked at the three Transcendent in the air. It breathed in and spat out a gray petrifying gas. The three Transcendent immediately stopped and helplessly turned around to avoid the petrifying gas. "All of you, retreat!" Kaji, who was standing at the back of the retreating students, shouted loudly. He didn't move his body. Instead, he gripped his shield tightly and stared at the stone-skin worm king in the air. The other four shield-wielding students didn't hesitate. They also stopped retreating and stood next to this shield-wielding student. The 5 shields formed a layered defensive formation. These 5 shielded students were precisely where the stone-skinned worm king had landed. They were very clear that as long as the stone-skinned worm king was able to stabilize itself on the ground, it would be able to launch an even more advantageous attack. Therefore, the 5 Kaji students prepared to stall the stone-skin worm king for a while. They knew that they couldn't stop the stone-skin worm king. Ignoring the recent rumors about the stone-skin worm king, just the level 3 arachnid wasn't something a student like Kaji could stop. However, they still stayed to ensure the safety of their fellow students. The stone-skin worm king's body heavily smashed into the first shield. Kaji, who was holding the shield, immediately spat out blood and collapsed on the ground with countless broken bones. The stone-skin worm king's body then smashed into the second shield. Kaji, who was also holding the shield, was also heavily injured and collapsed. The third and fourth shields were added in order to prevent the stone-skin worm king from landing safely. The stone-skin worm king angrily lashed out with its tail, and the 2 shielded Kaji students were sent flying. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Kaji, the last shield-wielding student, rammed into the stone-skinned worm king with his shield and body. Unfortunately, the stone-skinned worm king's fall was not affected at all. However, the stone-skinned worm king was also annoyed by the constant harassment. It opened its huge mouth and bit down heavily. Half of Kaji's body, as well as half of his shield, entered the mouth of the stone-skinned worm king. The 5 shielded students Kaji held back the stone-skinned worm for 2 seconds. It was not enough for all the students to retreat, but it was enough to create some distance between them. At this time, the cannons on the corvette in the sky began to fire, and the missiles kept flying towards the stone-skin worm king. The stone-skin worm king was continuously pushed back by the corvette's attack. This finally made the stone-skin worm king angry to the extreme. It withstood the cannons and missiles and allowed them to explode on its body. It allowed its body to involuntarily retreat, and it spat out a gray gas ball towards the corvette. "Dodge, dodge!" the captain ordered loudly. The corvette turned in the air, and the cannons automatically locked onto the stone-skin worm king. It was not affected by the turn. However, the corvette's turning speed was still too slow. The gray gas ball was like a phantom, and it ignored the corvette's outer shell and entered the corvette. The intelligent core of the corvette emitted a mechanical voice. "Unknown gas in Area B, 32 crew members dead in attack position. Unknown gas is spreading. Activating evacuation equipment. Evacuation equipment is ineffective. Warning, all personnel in Area B, evacuate immediately." Area B of the corvette was the weapon control area. It was the area where the corvette was responsible for controlling the weapons. There were many specialized weapon operators there. The gray gases spread was very strange. Neither the walls nor the energy barrier could stop the gray gas. The gray gas was also not affected by the wind, and the evacuation equipment could not do anything to it. Base requesting to withdraw from the battlefield. Weapon operators are dead, no effective attacks can be carried out. The captain reported to the military base with a terrible expression. I don't care what you do, even if you have to use the corvette to ram it. There are children there, and they are the future of the Federation. Retreat is not allowed. The military base commander's voice was filled with helplessness and determination. The captain looked at his colleagues in the cockpit. They had also heard the command from the military base. Yes, fight to the death. The captain replied in a low voice. He understood the military base's thinking. The Guardian planet's military had just recovered its reputation. If a large number of students were killed in the Academy base, the Guardian planet's military reputation would be damaged again. Moreover, these were all children. Unlike the soldiers, every one of these children had the potential to grow up to be strong. Some of these children might even become transcendent in the future. As the best combat academy in the Slaw sector, every Kaji that the academy recruited was a genius from all over the world. Increase the engine to 100% and transfer it all to the energy barrier. We will use the hull to block the stone-skinned Worm King. Backup will be here soon. The captain ordered loudly. The crew carried out the order silently. They were all professional soldiers. At times like this, there was no fear. All they wanted was to complete their jobs. The stone-skinned Worm King looked at the corvette in the sky and realized that the attack had stopped. It knew that its attack had worked. This did not reduce the stone-skinned Worm King's anger. Ever since the stone-skinned worms were wiped out, it had been preparing for this attack. Hatred affected its intelligence. Its attack was a little rushed, but it could not wait any longer. 3 days to open up the underground passage was the longest it could endure. The stone-skin Worm King knew its weakness. Its speed was slower than the Transcendence, so it decided to hunt down the weaker ones. It knew that when it hunted down the weaker ones, the Transcendents would automatically send themselves to it. Just as the stone-skinned Worm King rushed towards the evacuating students, the corvette in the sky swooped down towards it. The corvette was not small. Its mountain-like momentum made the stone-skinned Worm King pause for a moment. Then it was enraged. The stone-skinned Worm King gave up on the evacuating students. It turned around and whipped its tail towards the corvette. The corvette and the stone-skinned Worm King collided. When the tail and the energy barrier came into contact, it shook violently. The captain pushed the control device in his hand. The engine provided a great driving force, which was converted into the force of the collision. The stone-skinned Worm King was smashed into the ground by the corvette. The corvette itself was also scattered with electricity. Who knew how many circuits were damaged by the collision? When the stone-skinned Worm King was smashed into the ground, it spat out a petrifying gas towards the corvette. Base, goodbye. The captain saw the gray gas enter the cockpit and sent a message to the military base. Then, the petrifying gas spread out in the cockpit. All the soldiers in the cockpit were turned into stone. The commander of the military base stood in front of the control tower. He was silent, but his eyes were wet. Send the nearest warship to support as soon as possible. Don't let them die in vain. The commander ordered loudly. On the other side of the channel, there were 10 warships rushing towards the battlefield. They had already learned about the battle through the shared system. The stone-skinned Worm King used its mutated ability to split the ground. It was in a difficult situation. Although a level 3 insectoid had the ability to fight against a warship, it was definitely not under such circumstances. Most importantly, although the stone-skinned Worm King was very strong, it also had its biggest weakness. It did not have legs. Its real level 3 physical attack was only its teeth. Its tail was just brute force. This made it difficult for the stone-skinned Worm King to attack the corvette effectively without using its petrifying ability. A special spaceship hovered in the air. Then, 3 figures wearing transcendent armor rushed out. Behind them was David's custom-made exoskeleton armor. "We'll hold it back," the transcendent Kenny shouted. He waved the level 3 heavy axe in his hand and rushed downward. "David, find an opportunity," the transcendent Dunbar told David and rushed downwards. The transcendent Beecher gave David a thumbs up. With the level 3 spear in front of him, he rushed downwards like an arrow. "Thanks, the 3 of you. I'll treat you to a drink later. I still have 2 bottles of good wine in my collection," the transcendent Draper said to the 3 First College of Iridia Transcendent with a big smile. With the addition of the 3 transcendent, his confidence increased greatly. The stone-skinned Worm King was indeed very strong. However, after the previous failure, the transcendent had studied the stone-skinned Worm King's fighting style. Naturally, they knew the stone-skinned Worm King's weakness. The stone-skinned Worm King's only attack was its petrifying gas. As for its tail attack, it would not be able to hit the transcendent Draper unless it was in a daze on the battlefield. Therefore, when the 3 transcendent Kenny rushed downwards, the 3 transcendent Draper also surrounded it. The 6 transcendent Draper surrounded the stone-skinned Worm King. They carefully controlled the distance between them and the stone-skinned Worm King. When the stone-skinned Worm King spat out a petrifying gas at the transcendent Kenny, the transcendent Kenny immediately retreated. Because the distance was far enough, the gas did not hit. The moment the stone-skinned Worm King spat out the gas, the transcendent Draper quickly rushed up from behind and hammered at the stone-skinned Worm King. The hammering used a technique to reduce the recoil force. Although the effect of the attack was weakened, the recoil force would not affect one's reaction speed. Dunbar, when attacking the stone-skinned Worm King, do not use your full strength. Its recoil force is enough to injure the attacker. Draper Transcendent retreated after 1 hit and did not forget to explain to Dunbar Transcendent, who also used a war hammer. "I will be careful," Transcendent Dunbar replied loudly. Transcendent Dunbar attached great importance to Draper Transcendent's advice because Draper Transcendent would use his life to verify it. At the same time, it would also reduce the danger of the Transcendent Dunbar in battle. The stone-skinned Worm King was in pain from the hammer attack. It roared angrily and rushed towards Draper, spitting out a petrifying gas at the same time. Transcendent Beecher rushed forward and quickly stabbed out with the Grade 3 spear in his hand. The Grade 3 spear's attack was extremely penetrative, and it pierced a bloody hole in the stone-skinned Worm King's skin. Unfortunately, Transcendent Beecher did not dare to use too much force. After piercing through the stone-skinned Worm King's skin, most of the spear's power was neutralized. The Grade 3 spear only pierced the tip of the spear before it had to be pulled back. Compared to the stone-skinned Worm King's huge body, the wound from the tip of the spear was not a vital part of its body, so it was not a big deal. The stone-skinned Worm King kept getting hit in the encirclement. Although it kept trying to attack the Transcendent just wanted to stall it. They did not want to kill it in 1 hit. Instead, they made it so that the stone-skinned Worm King could not keep up with the Transcendent's battle speed. Of course, it looked like the stone-skinned Worm King was at a disadvantage, but the stone-skinned Worm King's powerful recovery ability quickly recovered from the Transcendent's repeated attacks. On the other hand, the Transcendent side did not dare to let the stone-skinned Worm King hit them. Just 1 hit was enough to heavily injure the Transcendent. "Did you guys notice that the stone-skinned Worm King is a little different today?" Transcendent Kenny said in a deep voice while focusing on the battle. Transcendent Kenny noticed that the stone-skinned Worm King was in a bad mood today. It kept roaring angrily. "Yeah, in the previous battles, the stone-skinned Worm King would not even give us a chance to surround it. If it wanted to leave, none of us could stop it." Transcendent Draper agreed. They all knew how the stone-skinned Worm King retreated. As long as it was in contact with the ground, it could make the ground part at any time, allowing it to enter the ground and leave easily. It was also because of this that it was extremely difficult to fight the stone-skinned worm king. It was too cunning. David blew up its nest. It would be strange if it was normal. Transcendent Unveil said with a laugh. How did you know? Transcendent Dunbar was stunned. He was sure that no one on his side had revealed the truth. To outsiders, the stone-skinned worm king's nest was destroyed by the military. Who doesn't know the military's ability? If they could find the stone-skinned worm king's nest, they would have found it long ago. David even saved Fred from the stone-skinned worm king's nest. Of course he would do something big. That's not his style. Transcendent Dunbar said with a smile. Chapter 400. The Transcendent's words made all the Transcendent laugh, because they had all studied David's information before, so they naturally understood what was going on. It can be said that David's character was a vengeful one. As long as there was a grudge, he would definitely take revenge to the extreme. At this time, the Transcendent also discovered that the scariest thing about the Stoneskin Worm King was its wisdom. On the one hand, they did not understand the Stoneskin Worm King's fighting style, and on the other hand, the Stoneskin Worm King could always arrange the most advantageous environment to fight the Transcendent. Now that the Stoneskin Worm King's wisdom was blinded by hatred, it was easier to deal with the Stoneskin Worm King that was desperate. However, during the battle, the Transcendent still had to deliberately move the battlefield to avoid the influence of the petrifying gas. It was precisely because of this that the Transcendent were in the mood to chat. David did not immediately make a move. The experience of sniping the Stoneskin Worm King told him that if he could not inflict heavy damage, then it would be difficult for him to have a second chance. Either the Stoneskin Worm King would give up the battle with the Transcendent and chase after him, or it would immediately escape. David looked around, looking for the best sniping position, but he soon saw two frigates, and his eyes lit up. His Thunder Snake modified warship was a small frigate. Although it was not the same model, it made him more familiar with frigates than other warship. The frigates were equipped with Gauss cannons, which were excellent sniping weapons. Of course, the Gauss cannons on the frigates were not prepared to deal with small single-target. They were used to deal with large targets, such as warships and so on. Using the Gauss cannons on the frigates to aim at a moving target like the Stoneskin Worm King was very difficult. It was far from what the operators on the frigates could do. In addition, the Level 3 Zerg's perception of danger was very strong. As long as this kind of dangerous weapon was aimed at the target, it would immediately be sensed. It was almost impossible to hit the target. Therefore, there was a reason why the two frigates had been using autocannons and missiles, but not the Gauss cannon. David compared the two frigates and chose the intact one. The short wings on his back spewed out energy, and he quickly approached the frigate that had crashed to the ground. As he approached, he felt a strange energy fluctuation, followed by a faint sense of danger. David naturally would not enter just like that. He first sent a trace of his consciousness into the Shadow Attendant's body, controlling the Shadow Attendant to pass through the frigate's wall and enter it. As soon as it entered, the Shadow Servant immediately retreated because it saw the familiar gray gas. It was the petrifying gas that the Stoneskin Worm King spat out. David was now 100% sure that the Stoneskin Worm King's petrifying gas had no effect on the Shadow Attendant. This was because when the Shadow Attendant entered the cabin, it was completely surrounded by the petrifying gas. He was not too surprised. The Shadow Attendant was not a life form. It was more like a shadow. Also, the Shadow Attendant was always in a state of invisibility. This state of invisibility allowed the Shadow Attendant to be in a special space. It was not in the same space as the petrifying gas. David did not hesitate and immediately turned away from the frigate. At the same time, he also understood why the frigate was not damaged. The cabin was full of petrified crew members. Without a pilot, the frigate could not move. David switched to another frigate. This one was in a worse state. It had many holes on it. The shadow attendant entered, and David saw the crew members treating the injured. This frigate looked more damaged, but the loss of crew members was much lower. However, this frigate made it impossible for David to enter. Entering a frigate without permission was not a small crime, not to mention operating the weapons system. General Herman, I am beside the downed frigate 83745-1. I need authorization to use the frigate's weapons to attack the Stoneskin Worm King. David immediately contacted General Herman. This was the contact method he had exchanged with General Herman last time. He did not expect to use it so soon. Master David, I am in the command room. I have given you the authorization of frigate 83745-1. All the crew members will listen to your command. General Herman quickly responded. Following that, the authorization appeared on David's faceplate. This was not just the authorization for weapons, but also a temporary management authority. This was the highest authority for this damaged frigate. Because it was directly given by the military base command, it was even higher than the captain's authority. Of course, if it was under normal circumstances, General Herman would not have given David this kind of authority. But now that the frigate could not even fly, and only some of its weapons systems could still be used, General Herman did not mind giving David more authority. David walked to the cockpit door, and the door opened automatically. This was the cockpit door. As soon as it opened, the crew members inside were shocked. However, the crew members immediately received the corresponding notification. The crew members who were not injured immediately stood up and saluted. Master David, Captain Michener is at your command. Captain Michener saluted to David and said loudly. General Herman had just given him a personal order, asking him to fully cooperate with David. David was a well-known figure in the military. He was a sniper master who was still a student. Every soldier on the Guardian planet had heard of David's name. Captain Michener was very eager to cooperate with David. Captain Michener, how many Gaussian cannons are still usable? David did not have the time to chat and asked directly. This frigate is equipped with 40 Gaussian cannons. Currently, only 8 are usable. If necessary, we can quickly repair 3. The rest cannot be repaired in a short period of time. Captain Michener immediately replied. I need the authority to control these 8 Gaussian cannons. David said in a deep voice. Please follow me. Captain Michener led the way. Soon, the two of them arrived at the weapon control room. There were more than 30 weapon operators there. Half of them were injured, but they did not hear the order to leave the ship. They insisted on staying at their posts, waiting for orders. When they saw Captain Michener enter, the 30 weapon operators immediately stood up. Even the injured ones were no exception. Their eyes were filled with passion. Lieutenant, give your control seat to Master David. Transfer the authority to the remaining 8 Gaussian cannons to this seat. Also, organize the repair of the cannons that can be repaired. Captain Michener looked at a lieutenant and ordered loudly. Yes, sir. The lieutenant replied and immediately gave up his seat. David sat in the control seat. The weapon system automatically checked his authority and activated the control authority. On the screen in front of him, the data of the 8 Gaussian cannons was displayed. David aimed the targeting system at the transcendent battlefield. He retracted his spirit and presence as if he did not exist. Of course, in this weapon control room, other than Captain Michener who was Kaji, the rest of the soldiers did not feel anything out of the ordinary. David's finger quickly tapped on the screen and entered a set of data. The Gaussian cannons extended from the side of the frigate. Only grade 2 shells? David frowned and asked. David noticed this when he was checking the data, which surprised him. Since the frigate was a powerful offensive warship, its ammunition should be of the highest grade. Although grade 3 materials were very precious, that was only for the other factions. The military had obtained a lot of Grade 3 materials from their battles with the insectoids on Warstar, and most corvettes would be equipped with Grade 3 ammo, more or less. "We're a patrol ship, not a main fleet," Captain Michener said with a bitter smile. David also understood what he meant. Patrol ships performed the work of reconnaissance ship. Although they were both frigates, compared to the main frigates, their combat power could not be compared at all. David nodded. Although it was only Grade 2 shells, there was enough of them. "David, when are you going to make a move? We can't hold on much longer," Kenny Transcendent shouted in the comms. There was too much petrifying gas on the battlefield, and it was still spreading, making it difficult for the Transcendent to move. There were already a few dangerous situations. Kenny Transcendent knew that they needed to be quiet while sniping, but he was afraid that if this dragged on, there would be casualties. Transcendent had suffered a lot recently, so the Transcendent could not afford to have any more accident. The answer to Kenny Transcendent was the sound of a Gauss cannon. Of course, the Gauss cannon was faster than the sound of the cannon. Just as the Stoneskin Worm King was about to spit out petrifying gas, the Grade 2 Gauss cannon hit its neck. Although the Grade 2 Gauss cannon's grade was too low, the impact of the Gauss cannon was very terrifying. Moreover, when David fired the Gauss cannon, the Stoneskin Worm King did not feel any killing intent at all, so it was hit without any preparation. The Stoneskin Worm King's neck was lifted up by this attack, and its huge body was lifted off the ground by the force of its head. The second Gauss cannon was fired 0.1 seconds after the first one, and the Grade 2 Gauss cannon shell accurately hit the same spot. Before the crater created by the first Grade 2 Gauss cannon shell could recover, the second Gauss cannon shell hit the same spot. Its tough skin finally could not withstand the continuous attacks, and its skin instantly split open. Just as the green blood flowed out, the third Grade 2 Gauss cannon shell hit the same spot. The continuous Gaussian cannon fire caused the Stoneskin Worm King's body to continue flying backward. The other 6 Transcendent dodged to the side to avoid affecting David's sniping. The third Level 2 Gaussian cannon shell pierced through the Stone-Skinned Worm King's muscles and got stuck in its neck. The fourth Grade 2 Gauss cannon shell hit the Stone-Skinned Worm King's neck, and the bone instantly cracked open. The fifth second-grade Gaussian artillery shell aggravated the injury to his neck bone, and the sixth second-grade Gaussian artillery shell penetrated his neck bone and pierced through his neck bone. The seventh and eighth Grade 2 Gauss cannon shells hit the left and right sides of the neck, cutting open the rest of the flesh. Whether it was the soldiers on the corvette or the Transcendent on the battlefield, they all looked at the scene in shock. From the first Grade 2 Gauss cannon shell hitting the Stoneskin Worm King to the eighth, the whole process only took 0.8 seconds, and the Stoneskin Worm King was still in the air. When the Stoneskin Worm King fell to the ground, its head rolled to the side. David used 8 Gauss cannons and Grade 2 Gauss cannon shells to successfully cut off the Stoneskin Worm King's head. No matter how strong the Stoneskin Worm King's recovery was, when its head was cut off, it immediately lost all its life force. The whole weapon control room was silent. The process of David controlling the 8 Gauss cannons was like a miracle to every weapon operator there. Not to mention David's phantom-like hand speed, David's accurate prediction during the whole process had deeply shocked these professionals. Don't underestimate David's 8 consecutive attacks. During the process, David unleashed his spirit and activated his extreme speed, which increased his hand speed to an unimaginable extreme. People without speed talent would never be able to reach this speed in their lifetime. Even people with speed talent would not be able to reach this level if they did not have the 100% enhancement effect of the extreme speed. The instantaneous burst and large number of calculations made David feel a little weak after finishing the attack. This was the result of the large number of calculations in his brain in a short period of time. Just now, David's brain was almost overclocked, which was why he was able to achieve this unimaginable result. Whoosh! Captain Michener's clap broke the silence, and the soldiers in the weapon control room also clapped enthusiastically. David nodded to them and turned to leave the weapon control room. He returned to the cockpit and left through the hatch. He needed to immediately go to the Stoneskin Worm King's body and let the shadow attendant absorb its soul. When David sped up and arrived at the battlefield, he saw a few transcendents surrounding the Stoneskin Worm King's body. Although the transcendent wanted to know if there were any transcendent materials in the Stoneskin Worm King's body, none of the transcendent touched the Stoneskin Worm King's body. They were all waiting for David's arrival. The biggest contribution to this victory was David's. From the destruction of the stone-skinned Worm King's nest until it lost its mind to the final attack, it was all David's doing. The most important thing these transcendents could do was stall the stone-skinned Worm King for a while. "David, you're really good. You're the strongest sniper master." Transcendent Kenny laughed and hugged David. Transcendent Kenny was a little too excited. He would not normally say something like this. If word got out, it would cause trouble for David, but he was too excited. The Stoneskin Worm King was dead, and the Academy could return to normal. Chapter 401. David's mind was focused on the Shadow Attendant. The Shadow Attendant had absorbed the soul of the Stoneskin Worm King. It was a huge amount of soul energy. The Shadow Attendant felt so comfortable that it made him a little dazed. "Bring the body of the Stoneskin Worm King back to the base. We still need to discuss the follow-up," Transcendent Draper said in a deep voice as he gave a subtle signal to Transcendent Kenny. Kenny Transcendent woke up from his excitement. He immediately understood what Transcendent Draper was trying to say. The reason why the military was so enthusiastic about killing the Stoneskin Worm King was because they suspected that there was a transcendent material in the body of the Stoneskin Worm King. That was why they gathered so many transcendent to launch Operation Hunting King. Although the only transcendent left in the Guardian Planet military was the heavily injured Transcendent Frud, there were still many Transcendent Cater Academy and Transcendent Draper had even sent out a distress signal to the other side. If they did not immediately decide on the distribution of the Stoneskin Worm King, there might be more trouble if Transcendent Draper came over. "Dunbar, you and Anurin carry the body of the Stoneskin Worm King into the base. We'll talk after we enter the base," Kenny Transcendent said to Dunbar Transcendent. Although the body of the Stoneskin Worm King was big, Dunbar Transcendent alone could move it. Calling Anurin Transcendent was actually expressing an attitude of cooperation. Kenny Transcendent Draper turned around and was about to leave when he saw David still standing there. He could not help but remind him, "David, let's go. You're taking up a lot of the distribution this time." David had also recovered from the sensation of the Shadow Attendant, and he quickly turned around and followed after her. The students of SRA Combat Academy were still cleaning up the battlefield, healing the injured and collecting the dead bodies. When they saw the body of the Stoneskin Worm King being brought back by the Transcendent, they screamed crazily. After the death of the Stoneskin Worm King, the remaining Zergs lost control and turned to flee. Some of them were killed by the students, while the others disappeared into the night. "We've won!" some students shouted loudly. Their emotions were surging. When the Stoneskin Worm King rushed into the base in an invincible manner, many students thought that the base that gave them hope was finished. The future base of SLA Combat Academy would be destroyed. Now, the invincible Stoneskin Worm King had become a corpse, and the Transcendent had returned without any losses. Was there a better ending than this? David walked through the ruins of the base. The battle had been going on for a while, and the Shadow Attendant had not absorbed any souls. He felt sorry for the loss as he responded to the cheers of the students of SLA Combat Academy. As the only student in this area who could fight alongside the Transcendent, he had become the idol of these students. Everyone walked into a complete meeting room. It was near the inner area of the base that was not yet built, so the battle did not affect this place. Transcendent Dunbar and Transcendent Anurin threw the body of the stone-skin worm king in the middle of the meeting room and returned to the side. Draper, how do we distribute the spoils? Kenny Transcendent smiled and asked the Transcendent Draper. As the party that came to rescue Slaw Combat Academy's base, Kenny Transcendent had the priority to distribute the spoils. He asked this because he wanted to know the attitude of Slaw Combat Academy. I know how the spoils are distributed on the Guardian planet. Slaw Combat Academy will not be an exception. Just follow the rules. Transcendent Draper said with a smile. Transcendent Draper also wanted to distribute more, but if Slaw Combat Academy wanted to survive on the Guardian planet, they had to follow the rules. The price of breaking the rules was not only offending the First College of Iridia, but they would also be ostracized by everyone on the planet. Once they were ostracized by everyone, Slaw Combat Academy would not be able to survive in this area, even if they had a base and Transcendent Draper to protect them. Just like today, if there were no reinforcements from the First College of Iridia and no military frigates, they would not have been able to win the battle. On a dangerous planet like this, if they could not help each other, survival would be a serious problem. Transcendent Draper would never abandon the long-term benefits of Slaw Combat Academy for some short-term benefits. He understood that, and so did Transcendent Kenny Draper. Let's see how valuable the corpse of the Stone-Skin Worm King is. Transcendent Kenny Draper said with a nod. Transcendent Draper looked at Transcendent Dunbar and Transcendent Draper, and said with a smile. The two Transcendent Draper came to the corpse of the Stone-Skin Worm King and took out decomposing knives from their space bracers. Their decomposing knives were made of level 3 material. They had dissected countless Zerg corpses, so they were very experienced. To ensure that the materials would not go to waste, they chose to dissect the neck that was broken by David at the same time. Transcendent Dunbar dissected the head of the Stone-Skin Worm King, while Transcendent Draper dissected the body. No one made a sound as they watched the two Transcendent Draper work. Transcendent Draper was clearly having a hard time cutting the skin of the Stone-Skin Worm King. Transcendent Draper, is the skin of the Stone-Skin Worm King still tough after death? Transcendent Draper asked with a bit of surprise. Normally, after a Zerg's death, the skin's defense would be a bit lower than before. Only after a professional treatment would it recover most of its defense. Looking at Transcendent Draper, the skin was still very hard to cut, but Transcendent Draper was holding a decomposing knife. This kind of thin and extremely sharp decomposing knife was much sharper than a weapon of the same grade. The sharpness of the decomposing knife was not without a price. When using the decomposing knife, one had to pay attention to the direction of the cut. If the direction was wrong, this expensive decomposing knife would break. It was because of this that even though the decomposing knife was extremely sharp, it could not be used as a combat weapon. It could only be used as a tool. Yes, this skin can be used as armor. Transcendent Draper exclaimed as he decomposed the skin. The skin of the Stone-Skin Worm King was still so tough after death. One could imagine how tough its defense was when it was alive. Thinking back to the previous battle, although they could injure the Stone-Skinned Worm King, most of the attack power was blocked by the skin, and the rest of the attack power could do very little damage to the Stone-Skinned Worm King. Hearing Transcendent Draper's evaluation of the Stone-Skin Worm King's skin, the Transcendent Draper's eyes lit up with interest. With the Stone-Skin Worm King's huge body, the skin it decomposed was enough to make armor for 10 people. In other words, every Transcendent here would be able to get enough Stone-Skinned Worm King's skin for themselves. The Transcendent armor could be added to the inner armor. With an extra layer of protection, the Transcendent's survivability would be greatly increased. Transcendent Dunbar was also disposing of the Stone-Skin Worm King's head. Due to the complexity of the head, His speed was a little slow. Transcendent Draper, Eldon Transcendent from Cater Academy, and Galton Transcendent from Volgo Academy are here. A teacher walked in and whispered to the Transcendent Draper. The teacher looked worriedly at the Stoneskin Worm King's body on the ground. 2 more Transcendent Draper had arrived. He was worried that his own Transcendent Draper would be at a disadvantage. After all, their academy had just arrived on the Guardian planet, so they were at a disadvantage. Invite the 2 Transcendent Draper in. Transcendent Draper waved his hand and ordered. However, on second thought, he immediately changed his mind and said, "I'll go welcome them." No matter what, the 2 Transcendent Draper were representing their respective academies to reinforce their academy. Although the war was over, as the host, he still had to show his gratitude. Transcendent Draper soon returned with Galton Transcendent and Eldon Transcendent beside him. As soon as the 2 new Transcendent Draper entered the meeting room, they were stunned by the Stoneskin Worm King's body on the ground. When they arrived, they did not see any battle, so they thought it would be the same as before. The Stoneskin Worm King had escaped again. They did not expect the 6 Transcendent Draper to be able to kill the Stoneskin Worm King this time. Last time, there were 14 Transcendent Draper, and it was the Stoneskin Worm King that killed 2 and injured many. Of course, the Transcendent Draper from Slaw Combat Academy and the First College of Iridia did not reveal the results of the battle to the public. They wanted to announce the results after the distribution of the loot. You killed the Stoneskin Worm King. Even though the Stoneskin Worm King's body was right in front of him, the Galton Transcendent Draper still could not believe it. Haha, the 6 of us Transcendent Draper held the Stoneskin Worm King back. Master David fired 8 consecutive shots, using 2 Grade 2 Gaussian cannons to kill the Stoneskin Worm King. This battle will go down in history, Draper Transcendent Draper said with a laugh. Galton Transcendent and Eldon Transcendent Draper could not help but look at David. Although they knew that David was very strong and had terrifying sniping abilities, hearing that David had killed the Stoneskin Worm King with 8 Gaussian cannons still made them look at him in a new light. The reason why the Federation was so strong and could fight against the insectoids with the great world of God was not because the Federation was strong, but because the Federation could control powerful technological weapons. This was the reason why the Federation was able to defend planet Battlestar and stop the insectoids from invading. From the Kaji exoskeleton armor to the Transcendent armor, these were all examples of the Federation's technological prowess. The more powerful planetary destroyer cannons could directly destroy everything, even an entire planet. Although David had not used his own strength to kill the Stoneskin Worm King with the Gaussian cannons, in the eyes of the 2 Transcendent Draper, David had used his own strength. The reason why the corvettes did not use their Gaussian cannons at the beginning was because they could not aim properly. Or rather, even if they aimed properly, the insectoids would discover them in advance, and they would not be able to hit their target. Therefore, for a direct attack like this, it was very difficult to accurately hit the insectoids unless it was a large area attack. Even if the insectoids knew they were being targeted, they would not be able to escape. Just like the space weapons from before, when a large warship's main cannon fired in space and destroyed an entire area, the insectoids in the area would naturally be wiped out as well. David's Sniper Master was only at 10% perfection, which was only at the beginner level of the Sniper Master. However, David did not only have the ability of a Sniper Master, but he also had the combination of Super Spirit and the Extreme Speed talent, which made his sniping ability far surpass that of a Sniper Master at 10% perfection. The Transcendent Kenny's evaluation of him as the strongest Sniper Master was not just for show. Master David, if there's a chance, can we invite you to our academy to teach us about Sniper Kaji? The Transcendent Galton asked David with a smile. It was not that these academies did not have Sniper Kaji. On the contrary, they all had sniper specializations. However, Sniper Kaji was not something that could be trained with just 4 years of schooling. The dangerous Guardian planet was not a good place for Sniper Kaji to practice. Therefore, the Sniper Kaji of each academy would only practice in the less dangerous war zone. This was a decision made by the academies after countless bloody lessons. For example, if David was not a heavy axe master, he would not have been able to use the portal so easily. Without the ability to protect himself in close combat, a normal Sniper Kaji might have been killed by a level 1 insectoid from underground in a safe zone. Galton, David is a student of our academy. The Transcendent Kenny shouted angrily. The Transcendent Kenny was furious when he saw the Galton Transcendent trying to poach him. Kenny, I just want to invite Master David to teach at our academy. I'm not trying to steal a student from the first college of Iridia. The Transcendent Galton shrugged. He then turned to David and said, If you come, we will give you the title of professor and a salary of 10,000 points per month. David was a little surprised. The Transcendent Galton actually said something like that and even offered such conditions. The title of professor and a professor from a top academy like the Volgo Academy had a very high status in the Federation. With a salary of 10,000 points per month, as long as he worked at the academy for a few years, he would probably be able to learn most of the secret techniques in the academy. These conditions were not bad, but they were not in line with David's expectations. If he taught at the academy without any souls to absorb, his growth would be much slower. Although many of David's current abilities had nothing to do with his mental strength played an important role in battle. If he had to learn some secret techniques from scratch, it would take too long. It would not be as fast as absorbing souls to obtain the corresponding knowledge orbs. For example, if he were to learn the spirit-forging metal body art on his own, even with his powerful mental power as a foundation, it would take him several years or even longer to reach the Grandmaster level. Therefore, David was very clear about his goal. He wanted to go to dangerous places and improve himself through battle. Chapter 402. Master David, you don't have to rush to reply to me. Think about it. Galton Transcendent quickly said with a smile when he saw David had the intention to reject. Galton Transcendent was very experienced. As long as he allowed David to go back and think about it, there might be an opportunity. If David rejected him now, he would really lose all hope of winning David over. Galton, David will not go to the Volgo Star Zone. Kenny Transcendent immediately rejected on behalf of David. Just when the atmosphere was getting tense, the instructor who had reported before walked in again. Transcendent Draper, 2 Transcendent from the military have arrived, but we stopped them at the door. The instructor said with dissatisfaction. He was dissatisfied with the 2 Transcendent from the military. After all, this was the base of Slaw Combat Academy. Even if the military had indeed helped Slaw Combat Academy, the 2 Transcendents' attempt to barge in without the permission of the owner was a provocative act. I would like to see which 2 Transcendent are looking down on Slaw Combat Academy. You go and let them in. Transcendent Draper said with a sharp gaze. Entering the Academy's base without permission was definitely looking down on the Slaw Combat Academy. Although the Slaw Combat Academy had just entered this area and it was necessary to maintain friendliness with the surrounding areas, this friendliness was two-sided. It was not to let the Academy be bullied. It wasn't just Draper, the other Transcendents present were also very dissatisfied. No matter how much they quarreled internally, no matter how many conflicts they had, it was still an internal matter of the Academy Alliance. This kind of provocation to any academy was a provocation to the entire Academy Alliance. I will go with you, Kenny Transcendent Draper said in a deep voice. He and Draper Transcendent Draper walked towards the door of the conference room. As soon as they opened the door, they saw two Transcendent in Major General uniforms. They were not familiar with these two Transcendent, but they knew their names. These two military Transcendent were not the Transcendent of the Guardian Planet. The Transcendent of the Guardian Planet did not come over. "Hello, Draper. We heard that the Stoneskin Worm King was killed by a military frigate as soon as we arrived on the Guardian Planet, so we rushed here immediately." Justin Transcendent's words made Draper and Kenny Transcendent's faces darken. "General Justin, the Stoneskin Worm King was killed by Master David. How could it be killed by a frigate?" Transcendent Draper asked coldly. "That's the truth. Frigate 83745-1 fired a total of 8 second-grade Gaussian cannonballs and successfully killed the Stoneskin Worm King. This can be found in the battle records of Frigate 83745-1. As for the operator, Master David, we will reward him accordingly after we retrieve the spoils," Transcendent Justin said calmly. "Since when do the students of the First College of Iridia need to be rewarded by you? David killed the Stoneskin Worm King, so he will naturally participate in the distribution of the spoils according to the rules. After the event, we will provide a generous amount of credits as compensation for the soldiers who died on the frigate. Also, we will negotiate with the military of the Guardian Planet and reward all the soldiers who participated in the operation." Transcendent Kenny could not help but say, "Kenny Draper, the body of the Stoneskin Worm King must be taken away by us." Transcendent Justin operated his ID bracelet, and a screen appeared. On it was the authorization of the military. He had full authority to deal with the body of the Stoneskin Worm King. At this time, the other Transcendent also heard the conversation. Except for Transcendent Anurin and Transcendent Dunbar, who were still dissecting the body of the Stoneskin Worm King, the rest of the Transcendent walked over. "Military department? Which military department is it? Don't tell me it's the Federal High Command." Transcendent Beecher sneered. The Transcendent here knew that the military referred to the military of the war zone. It could not be the Federal High Command. The Federal High Command would not issue such an order. Transcendent Justin said in a deep voice, "This is the war zone. Everything must be carried out according to the war zone's orders. The body of the Stoneskin Worm King must be handed over to us." Normally, Transcendent Justin would not do this. Offending so many Transcendent was a very troublesome thing. However, the military already knew about the Stoneskin Worm King, especially since it was very likely that the Stoneskin Worm King had a pregnancy crystal. Under these circumstances, the war zone's military would not let it go. The two Transcendents from the military had only come to gather information so that the military could organize an operation to kill it. However, as soon as they arrived, they heard that the Stone-Skinned Worm King had been killed, so they immediately rushed over. Transcendent Kenny sneered, "We are not from the military. The War Zone's military has no authority to order the First College of Iridia. You better get the authorization from the Interstellar Federation Council first." The Interstellar Federation Council was the highest authority in the entire Interstellar Federation. This kind of authority would not give an order for the body of a Level 3 insectoid. "We request to observe the decomposition process of the Stone-Skin Worm King," the other Transcendent Julius from the military said in a deep voice. He waved his hand to stop Transcendent Justin from continuing. Transcendent Julius could already see the body of the Stone-Skin Worm King being decomposed in the middle of the meeting room. If they continued to argue, the decomposing process would be finished soon. Most importantly, they were here for the pregnancy crystal, not the body of the Stone-Skin Worm King. For the military, a Level 3 insectoid body of the Stone-Skin Worm King was nothing special. There were a lot of Level 3 insectoids on Battlestar. There were many Level 3 insectoids that were killed every day. Transcendent Justin had been in the military for a long time and rarely interacted with the Interstellar Federation. His commanding tone would not get the approval of the Transcendent of the Interstellar Federation. Rather than that, it was better to see if there was really a pregnancy crystal in the body of the Stoneskin Worm King. If there was a pregnancy crystal, it would be forcefully taken back by the military no matter which Transcendent it was given to. If they offended a Transcendent, they would be able to take it back. Transcendent Draper didn't want to make things too tense with the war zone military, so he stepped aside and said, "Then please." David did not participate in the conversation of the Transcendent. He was the only one in the exoskeleton armor, which made him stand out. Transcendent Julia saw David and greeted him with a smile. "Master David, it's a pleasure to meet you." Even Transcendent Justin, who had been very serious just a moment ago, smiled. They all knew very well that David would definitely become a soldier and join the Battlestar. An expert who had become a sniper master before even joining the military was the most important in the military. Perhaps in the future, these two Transcendents might have to work together with David. Thus, it was best not to become enemies, even if they did not become friends. The two Transcendent had read the battle report on the way here. They even believed that as long as David had enough Gaussian shells, let alone a level 3 insectoid, even a higher level insectoid could be killed by David. At least the two Transcendents had never seen any of the other sniper masters in the military who had this kind of ability. This kind of extreme calculation, analysis, and prediction ability was not something that could be obtained through training alone. Without talent, everything would be in vain. "Greetings, generals," David replied with a smile. Because of David, the originally awkward and tense atmosphere eased a little. In the center of the conference room, the Anuran Transcendent had already begun to cut the outer skin of the Stoneskin Worm King. Because of the toughness of the outer skin, the entire process was very slow. No one in the room said anything, nor did they become anxious because the cutting process was too slow. Everyone knew that this slow cutting speed was a testament to the value of the material. On the other side, the Dunbar Transcendent opened up the brain of the Stoneskin Worm King and carefully used a bottle to separate the brain tissue. This brain tissue was a material for some potions, especially for a level 3 insectoid with powerful recovery abilities. Its brain tissue was the main material for a level 3 special healing potion. After the Dunbar Transcendent finished processing the brain of the Stoneskin Worm King, he opened up the mouth of the Stoneskin Worm King and took out its teeth one by one. When the teeth were taken out and laid on the floor, the Kenny Transcendent shouted, "Damn it, this Stoneskin Worm King is going to reach level 4 soon." Since the Stoneskin Worm King did not have legs, it was hard to see all the teeth even if they were to use their mouths to tear them apart. That was why no one had noticed that 2 of its teeth were dark green with a hint of purple. Purple was a level 4 material that only a level 4 insectoid could have. The 2 teeth meant that the Stoneskin Worm King was going to reach level 4 soon. Once it reached level 4, a disaster would befall the Guardian planet. No matter what race a level 4 insectoid was, they would all have the ability to fly, and their skin would not be cut open by the Transcendent's level 3 weapons. To kill a level 4 insectoid, one would need to use space energy weapons. With the speed of a level 4 insectoid, one would have to destroy many areas before they could be killed. The reason why a large number of academies were allowed to exist on the Guardian planet was to prevent the wild growth of the insectoids and the emergence of a level 4 insectoid. All of the Transcendents' expressions changed. Some of them had seen level 4 insectoids before, while some had not. However, regardless of whether they had seen it or not, they all knew how powerful level 4 insectoids were. If that happened, there might not be an academy base in this area anymore. The Transcendents couldn't help but look at David again, their eyes filled with gratitude. If it wasn't for David's help, the Stoneskin Worm King might have escaped again. No one knew how long it would take for the Stoneskin Worm King to reach level 4, especially the 2 Transcendent military personnel. They were sure that the Stoneskin Worm King had a pregnancy crystal with it. Otherwise, how could a level 2 Stoneskin Worm's King grow to such an extent? The Anurin Transcendent divided the outer skin of the Stoneskin Worm King into 10 pieces, and each piece was about the amount needed to make an inner armor. The Transcendent would not be wrong about this. He then began to dissect the insides of the Stoneskin Worm King. The scene was a little bloody. However, since the blood of the Stoneskin Worm King was green, it was a completely different life form from humans. Plus, everyone in the room had experienced countless killings, so they were not affected by this small scene at all. Even the youngest David did not bat an eyelid. He was learning from the Transcendent's experience. Time passed by slowly. Since they were worried about missing any Transcendent materials, the Transcendent dissected the body of the Stoneskin Worm King very carefully. The floor of the conference room was covered with the dissected parts of the Stoneskin Worm King. The Transcendent stepped forward and took out a small device from his space bracer. He began to scan every part of the body. The Kenny Transcendent explained when he saw David's confused expression, "This is the Transcendent Material Scanner. As long as there is a slight energy reaction from the Transcendent material, it will alert the police." "Where can I buy this Transcendent Material Scanner?" David asked curiously. "Purchase? You can only exchange it with Transcendent crystals. About 5 Transcendent crystals can be exchanged for a Transcendent Material Scanner," Kenny replied with a smile. The Transcendent added, "The Transcendent Material Scanner requires a small Transcendent material as the energy source in order to activate the energy of the other Transcendent materials. The technology used to make this device is top secret. Only a few people can make it. Of course, it's worth a lot." David nodded. Needless to say, the value of a tiny Transcendent material must be very high. However, the technology might be even more valuable. Only a few people could master the technology, so no matter how high the value was, it was still worth it to those who needed it. 5 Transcendent crystals was very expensive in David's eyes. After all, a complete level 3 insectoid corpse was only sold for 3 Transcendent crystals. Therefore, when David heard the price, he immediately gave up on the idea of exchanging for a Transcendent Material Scanner. When the Transcendent Material Scanner scanned the Stoneskin Worm King's teeth, it stopped on a dark green tooth with a hint of purple. The Transcendent Material Scanner's light flashed, indicating that the tooth was different. However, the Transcendent present flashed a disappointed look. They were hoping that the Transcendent material would be another bone. Although the quality of the Transcendent material was far inferior to the tooth, it was enough to make a weapon. It was important to note that on the Stoneskin Worm King's gigantic body, every bone was bigger than a normal insectoid's, except for the teeth. The teeth were almost the same size as a normal stoneskin worm's, only the size of a human thumb. No matter how good the material was, it wouldn't be of much use. The Transcendent Draper continued to scan, but no more Transcendent material appeared. The Transcendent looked at each other. Someone needed to be in charge of the distribution of the materials. Kenny Transcendent and Draper Transcendent stood up as the representatives of their respective schools. Chapter 403. Julius Transcendent waved his hand and interrupted the speech of Transcendent Kenny and Transcendent Draper. His words caused everyone present to be slightly shocked, and Draper's expression became even more unsightly. Wasn't Julius Transcendent implying that he didn't believe Transcendent Draper's scan, and that there was something wrong with Transcendent scan? Do you really think Slaw Combat College is a pushover? Transcendent Draper's body emitted waves of pressure. He had already mobilized the power of Transcendent and was ready to strike at any time. No, Draper, you misunderstood. It's not that I don't believe you. I used a different kind of scan, and it's not the Transcendent material. Julius Transcendent also realized the ambiguity in his words and quickly explained. "You're not here for the transcendent material?" Kenny Transcendent asked in a deep voice. Julius Transcendent and Transcendent Justin looked at each other and nodded to express their agreement. "Yes, we're not here for the transcendent material. The military has studied the data of the king of the stoneskin worms, and they suspect that there's something else that caused the mutation of the king of the stoneskin worms and its species. The item that caused the mutation is the target of the military," Julius Transcendent replied. Kenny Transcendent and Draper Transcendent discussed for a while before Transcendent Kenny agreed. "You can scan, but if you find anything, you must have something of the same value to exchange. Otherwise, we won't let the military take it away." "Don't worry about that, the military won't take your stuff for free," Julius Transcendent said with a smile. He was satisfied with the result. Transcendent Justin also took out an instrument from his space wristband. It was a box with military camouflage on it. There was no symbol on it, so no one could tell what it was used for. However, the Transcendent present didn't ask too much. There were so many Transcendent present, and they were all Transcendent from the Academy Alliance. They wouldn't give the other party any chance to cause any trouble. Transcendent Justin scanned all the materials and finally walked past Transcendent Dunbar and Transcendent Anelin, which made the two Transcendents' faces turn sour. David's heart tightened. He quickly had the shadow attendant fly out of the conference room because the crystal was in the shadow attendant's space ring. Although he didn't know if this instrument could find the crystal in a space item, seeing how Transcendent Justin walked past Transcendent Dunbar and Transcendent Anelin, it was very likely that this instrument had the ability to detect space items. After that, Transcendent Justin walked in front of all the Transcendent and even passed by David. Transcendent Justin looked at the data sent back by the instrument and couldn't help but stop and ask curiously, "Hey, you have a space item?" However, he immediately remembered that this was David's privacy and quickly shut up. Before David could answer, Kenny Transcendent coldly replied, "When David rescued Transcendent Frud, he picked up 2 space wristbands. He returned one of them to Frud." Transcendent Justin quickly apologized to David. "I'm sorry, I was just curious. I didn't mean anything else." That was the truth. He did not see any energy reaction from the incubation crystal on the device, but the device could detect any space items within 5 meters. There was a signal from the space item in David's direction. He was very curious about how David could have a space item when he was still a soldier. Transcendent Justin returned to Transcendent Julius and shook his head. Julius Transcendent also sighed in disappointment. Before they came, they already knew that the stone-skinned Worm King's nest had been completely destroyed by David's Krypton crystal bomb. However, the bomb couldn't destroy the crystal. The military had already checked the area and found no trace of the crystal. Considering how precious the crystal was, the stone-skinned Worm King should have carried it with it. The most likely possibility was that it had swallowed it or put it under its skin. However, it seemed like this guess was wrong. Next, their mission was very important. They had to search this area, and they had to search every possible place. With that thought in mind, the 2 military Transcendent had a bitter look on their faces. It was very likely that they would stay on the Guardian planet until they found the crystal before they could leave. At first, they thought it would be a good mission to find the stone-skinned Worm King's location. Then, the military's sniper team would come and help them kill the stone-skinned Worm King and retrieve the treasure. It would be a great achievement. The mission that the 2 military Transcendent received was to bring back the crystal. According to the military's intelligence, the probability of the crystal appearing was more than 80%. It was almost certain that the crystal was there. Before the mission was completed, the 2 military Transcendent could only stay on the Guardian planet. Most importantly, Transcendent Justin's arrogance had caused the 2 military Transcendent to offend almost every Transcendent in the Academy Union. Their days on the Guardian planet would not be easy. Let's split the spoils. According to the rules, the 3 of us Transcendent will take 4, the 3 Transcendent will take 3, and David will take 3. Does anyone have any objections? Transcendent Kenny did not hold back and asked directly. The 3 Transcendent from the First College of Iridia and David were here to support the SLA Combat College, so they took an extra share. The decisive factor in the battle was David. In addition to David's terrifying sniper skills, all the Transcendent present treated David as an equal. They no longer treated him as a Transcendent. This small difference brought about a huge difference in the distribution of the spoils. David was the decisive factor in the battle and the one who killed the stone-skinned Worm King. Naturally, he would take 3 of the spoils. No objections. Transcendent Draper nodded in agreement. Good. All the materials are here. David, you have the first pick. Transcendent Kenny nodded with a smile. David looked at the tooth. He was very interested in the transcendent material. Transcendent Kenny saw David's gaze and explained softly, David, this material is of little value. It can't even be used to make a stiletto. No matter how small the weapon is, it won't be useful in battle. You have to think carefully. How much of this transcendent material do I need? David made up his mind and asked. Transcendent Kenny saw David's determination, so he didn't try to persuade him anymore. Instead, he asked in a deep voice, this transcendent material will be divided into 3 sets. Does anyone have any objections? As a matter of fact, as a transcendent material, no matter how small it was, or how good the other materials were, it would still be worth more than 3 sets of materials. However, when Transcendent Kenny asked, the Transcendent from SLA Combat College had nothing to say. To be honest, SLA Combat College owed David too much. From the discovery of the kryptonite mine, David saving the Transcendent of SLA Combat College, to David killing the stone-skinned Worm King and saving SLA Combat College's base, all of these made the 3 Transcendent speechless. On the other side, Transcendent Dunbar and Transcendent Beecher saw that SLA Combat College didn't have any objections. How could they say anything? Besides, if they said anything, they would offend David. They wouldn't do something like that. Besides, it was just a transcendent material that couldn't be used. So what if they gave it away? David, take this transcendent material. Transcendent Kenny saw that no one said anything, so he smiled and threw the tooth to David. David took the tooth and thanked the 6 Transcendent. Thank you, Transcendent. Transcendent Draper saw that David accepted their kindness, so he smiled and replied, You deserve it. After that, the distribution was simple. The Transcendent put the materials into their respective space bracers. Even the bones were divided among the Transcendent. In the end, only some flesh was left. Do you still want this flesh? Transcendent Julius asked a little embarrassedly when the distribution was over. His words stunned the Transcendent present. They didn't expect Transcendent Julius to say something like that. Although the flesh wasn't valuable, it was still the flesh of a level 3 insectoid. If it was given to a pharmaceutical company, they could still extract some useful ingredient. Normally, the flesh would be given to the students as a reward and distributed. The Transcendent didn't care about the benefits, but to the students, it was a considerable amount of wealth. Transcendent Julius' request was robbing the students of their benefit. No need. However, since Transcendent Julius had asked, Transcendent Draper, as the master, could reply. Transcendent Kenny wouldn't take the flesh away. It would belong to the students of SLA Combat College. Transcendent Draper would belong to everyone. I have some use for this flesh. I have some Kaji's potions here. Consider it as an exchange for this flesh. As the Transcendent Julius Transcendent, he wouldn't take the flesh away empty-handed. He took out 10 bottles of Kaji's healing potions from his space bracer and gave them to Transcendent Draper. These 10 healing potions were the best Kaji's potions in the military. If used in battle, they could save Kaji's life. In terms of value, 10 healing potions were worth more than the flesh. Transcendent Draper's face looked a little better. Julius Transcendent Draper was giving face to Slaw Combat College, and didn't go overboard. Transcendent Julius was also helpless. The reason he made this request was because he needed the flesh. By analyzing it, he could determine whether the stone-skinned Worm King had been in contact with the incubating crystal for a long time. For this purpose, he could only be rude. This was related to whether it was meaningful for him and Justin Transcendent Draper to stay or not. If the analysis showed that the stone-skinned Worm King hadn't been in contact with the incubating crystal, then they didn't need to stay. If the analysis showed that the stone-skinned Worm King had been in contact with the incubating crystal, then it was necessary for them to stay. After the distribution, Transcendent Draper thanked Eldon Transcendent and Galton Transcendent and gave the gifts he brought from the Slaw Star region to the 2 Transcendent. As for the 2 military Transcendent, they left after taking the flesh of the stone-skinned Worm King. The Transcendent didn't take the initiative to say goodbye to them. Since the Slaw Combat College base was badly damaged, Kenny Transcendent rejected the Draper Transcendent Draper's banquet. The people from the First College of Iridia boarded David's spaceship and returned. When the spaceship appeared above the First College of Iridia's base, there was a burst of cheers from below. The stone-skinned Worm King had brought a lot of trouble to the base. Normal students didn't know how scary the stone-skinned Worm King was. They only knew that because of the stone-skinned Worm King, they couldn't leave the base. The latest news was that the 3 Transcendents who went out this time had killed the king of the stone-skinned worm together with David. As soon as the news reached them, many students began to gather. Of course, the main reason for this was that the school forbade all students from leaving the base. This made the students idle in the base. David once again enjoyed the feeling of a hero returning. He didn't care about this. He was more concerned about the fact that he could go home now that the stone-skinned Worm King was dead. When he got back to his dorm, he immediately called the shadow attendant. He placed one hand on the shadow attendant's shoulder and soul energy immediately poured into his body and into his soul fortress. This time, the soul energy was very turbulent. It made the soul fortress rain and mist again. David enjoyed the coolness from the soul fortress. His mind was clearer. Shadow attendant, open the stats panel. David ordered in his mind. Then, his attributes panel appeared in front of him. Name: David Kerstrength, 4. 99 1 Dexterity, 4. 48 1 Constitution, 4. 99 1 Spirit, 7 10 1 Literature, 91% Perfect Mathematics, 86% Perfect General, 84% Perfect Spirit Forging Metal Body, 26% Perfect Electronic Countermeasures, 50% Perfect Warhammer Mastery, 97% Perfect Snipe, 10% Perfect Shield Mastery, 49% Perfect Heavy Axe Mastery, 100% Perfect Longsword Mastery, 67% Perfect Spear Mastery, 98% Perfect Spirit Pierce, 10% Proficiency Spirit Sleep, 99% Perfect Flexible Body Technique, 65% Perfect Spaceship Piloting, 77% Perfect Mechanical Maintenance, 87% Perfect Spaceship Maintenance, 65% Perfect Unarmed Combat, 66% Perfect Steel, 80% Perfect Divine Language, 99% Perfect Negotiator, 12% Perfect Singing, 88% Perfect Finance, 96% Perfect Power Shock, Talent Power Increase, Talent Power Overlap, Talent Constitution Enhancement, Talent Extreme Speed, Talent High Frequency Sound Wave, Talent Cooking, 99% Perfect. David's current strength and constitution were about to reach the peak of Kaji's level. He was the true peak of Kaji. His dexterity was also slowly growing due to his constant practice of the flexible body technique. This time, the Stoneskin Worm King gave him 3 points of spirit. It raised his spirit to 7. 10. The Stoneskin Worm King's soul energy was equivalent to the soul energy of 3 rank 3 insectoids. Chapter 404. Shadow Attendant, bring out the knowledge orb of the Stoneskin Worm King. David commanded in his mind again. What kind of knowledge orb could a nearly level 4 Zerg give him? This made David very curious. Among the many knowledge orbs in the Shadow Attendant's body, a white knowledge orb floated in front of David's eyes. He guessed that the ability of this knowledge orb must be the petrification ability. Thinking of the terrifying petrification ability that even the Transcendent could not resist, David was very excited. However, when he saw the name displayed on the knowledge orb, he felt a wave of disappointment in his heart. Underground sneaking talent. According to the explanation given by the knowledge orb, this was a talent that used the power of the mind as a power source. It could silently enter the ground, and whether it was mud or rocks, they could automatically separate to allow the talent to move underground. David did not know what to say about this talent. He had the hiding ability of a sniper master. Even if he used a camouflage cloth to hide on flat ground, it would be very difficult for him to be discovered. For him, this ability was more of an additional means of concealment. It did not actually increase his ability. Fortunately, the underground sneaking talent did not have any learning restrictions, unlike the previous abilities that he could only look at and not learn. David immediately let the Shadow Attendant absorb the underground sneaking talent, knowledge orb into its body and began to absorb this knowledge orb. In the illusion, he felt that he had become a Zerg, moving through mud and rock. Under the power of his mind, the mud and rocks in front of him were separated as if he was swimming in water. In reality, a strange spiritual rhythm entered David's soul and merged with David's mind. The illusion did not last long. The underground sneaking talent, inheritance time did not exceed a day in the illusion. In reality, it only lasted a few seconds. When David opened his eyes, he was not used to the steel walls around him. He had a natural preference for mud and rock. Living in a building made of steel alloy made him instinctively feel disgusted. However, David immediately shook his head and threw this thought away. He knew that this was due to the influence of the Zerg in the illusion. That Zerg had passed on the underground sneaking talent ability to him, but at the same time, it affected his soul. David's soul was very strong. As soon as he realized this, after some adjustment, the disgust towards the steel walls around him disappeared, and he returned to his human senses. Looking at the time, it was a bit late. David did not do any tests and entered the crystal meditation training. The next morning, after finishing his morning training, David walked out of the gate of the base. When he came back yesterday, the academy base had lifted the ban on leaving the base. Now that he walked out of the gate, he saw many students wearing exoskeleton armor and holding weapons. They were advancing in the Kaji team. After being locked up for a few days, the students could not wait any longer. Only by killing Zergs could they obtain points. With points, they could obtain training resources and battle technique. David smiled. Although he did not get as much as he thought he would, he had helped the students here. Looking at the smiles of the students, he felt a sense of satisfaction. The short wings on David's back spewed out energy. His body instantly rose into the air and flew towards the sky. Far away from the steel base, he felt the warmth of the earth. If it was not for the fact that he needed to be far away from the safe zone, he would have immediately descended and tried to use the underground sneaking talent. After flying for about 400 kilometers, David found a cave behind a rocky mountain. Walking into the cave, he realized that the cave was very shallow. It was only 2 meters deep. Rather than a cave, it was more like a vertical pit. This made David, who was preparing for battle, relax. Even if there were surveillance cameras in space, they would not be able to detect him. His mind covered his body, and his mind emitted a strange rhythm. The soil under David's feet parted, and his body silently entered the ground. He felt like he was a fish. His mind was the dorsal and caudal fins of the fish, pushing his body to swim in the soil and rock. This was a strange experience. It was different from the movement of the stone-skinned worm king. When David moved underground, the soil and rocks behind him would automatically return to their original state. There would not be a tunnel left behind. This might have something to do with the size of the stone-skinned worm king. With such a huge body moving underground, it would use up twice the amount of mind energy to stabilize the tunnel behind it. David moved underground. When he reached 10 meters, he felt that his mind was unable to go any further. It was as if 10 meters was his limit. He gave up on the idea of going below 10 meters and continued to move underground, enjoying this strange experience. A minute later, he felt that the strange rhythm in his mind was suddenly interrupted. He was stuck 8 meters underground. David smiled bitterly as he pulled out a grade 3 stiletto from his leg. Then, he began to dig up the soil so that the shadow servant could store it in its spatial item. Luckily, it was only 8 meters deep, so he was able to get out of the ground very quickly. Standing on the ground of the cave, he began to summarize the ability he got this time. This ability was really useful in some special places. Unfortunately, it only worked on soil and rock. It did not have any effect on metal. This meant that the underground sneak talent could only be used in the wild. If he wanted to use it in a city where steel alloys were widely used, it would be a lot more troublesome. The underground sneak talent only lasted for a minute. This time was too short. Of course, when David sat here, he felt that the strange spiritual rhythm was slowly recovering. It would be fully recovered in about 5 minutes. As long as he was wearing the exoskeleton armor, he could actually wait for another 5 minutes underground and wait for his spiritual rhythm to recover before moving again. However, there were too many restrictions. On the contrary, the biggest problem with the underground sneak talent was that he could not see anything underground. However, this was not a problem for David. He had the shadow attendant. The shadow attendant could replace his eyes. Whether it was above the ground or within a radius of 40 meters underground, he could easily control everything. His speed underground was about the same as when he ran at full speed. Compared to running at full speed on the ground, the underground sneak was quieter. There was no sound at all. In addition, he already had the Sniper Master's hiding ability. He could use the underground sneak talent to the extreme. In general, this was an unexpected ability. If he wanted to use this ability as a combat power, he needed to try more. Master David, I'm in the top-floor restaurant of the First College of Iridia. Do you have time to come and have a drink with me? The voice of the transcendent Frud came from the identity bracelet. This made David very surprised. Why would the transcendent Frud be in the restaurant of the First College of Iridia? Thinking of the 2 military transcendent he saw yesterday, he had some guesses in his heart. General Frud, I'll be right back. David did not hesitate and immediately replied. There was no need to stay for further testing. David once again soared into the sky and flew towards the college base. Entering the top-floor restaurant, it was not lunchtime yet. There were not many people in the restaurant. Only some mentors were chatting. When they saw David, they all smiled and greeted him. Master David, General Frud is waiting for you in the second private room. Please follow me. A waiter trotted over and said respectfully to David. David replied with a word of thanks and followed the waiter to the second private room. The waiter opened the door of the second private room but did not enter. David walked in. In the huge private room, only the transcendent Frud was sitting there alone. On the table was a rare table of dishes. Master David, come and sit down. Today, I asked the chef here to make all his best dishes. Let's have a good drink. The transcendent Frud said with a smile. David saw that although the transcendent Frud was smiling, there was no joy in the smile. Instead, there was a sense of loss. David did not stand on ceremony. He sat opposite the transcendent Frud, picked up the wine glass in front of him, and clinked it with the transcendent Frud. Then, he drank it in one gulp. I've been on the Guardian planet for 30 years. I've always wanted to leave the Guardian planet. Now I've finally realized my wish. I'm going to return to my home planet, Yam, and become the Transcendent Guardian there. Today will be the last time I wear this military uniform. The Transcendent Frud wiped the red wine from the corner of his mouth with his hand. It was very rude, but it also showed that he no longer cared about these details. The military advised you to retire? David asked in disbelief. It was normal for injured soldiers to be advised to retire. For soldiers who had lost their combat ability, except for a few with strong professional knowledge, the rest of the disabled soldiers would withdraw from the military. The Federation government would arrange corresponding jobs for them according to their performance in the military. However, the Transcendent Frud was different. He was a transcendent and a general. According to the normal operation of the military, the rank of general could last for life. Even if he was seriously injured, as long as he was alive, he would always be supported by the military, let alone a transcendent. At the same time, the transcendent Frud could only get the medicine to restore his limbs if he stayed in the military. If there was a place where he could get the medicine for a transcendent to regrow his limbs, it would be the military. I asked for it. If I was only missing a leg or an arm, I could still stay and wait for treatment. But I've lost all my limbs. The military can't use medicine to treat 4 transcendent just for a transcendent like me. It's better for me to withdraw and get some compensation from the military. The transcendent Frud said with a bitter smile. David didn't know how to persuade the transcendent Frud. There was silence in the box for a while. Why am I telling you this? I'm here to say goodbye to you. In addition, I have some items that I don't need anymore. I'll leave them to you. I hope you can become a transcendent. It's my reward for you taking the risk to save me. The transcendent Frud poured another glass of wine and waved his hand. He took out a small box from his space bracer, put it on the table in front of him, and pushed it to David. General Frud, you don't need to do this. David didn't take the box from the transcendent Frud and shook his head. Master David, this is what I owe you. You must accept it. I don't want to leave with a favor that I haven't repaid. It will make me feel uneasy for the rest of my life. The transcendent Frud said stubbornly. Seeing Frud's insistence, David didn't say anything and just let the box be placed on the table. As for your reward, I used my last connections to fight for it for you, so your military service will be put on hold. When you enter the army, it will become your military service. I believe that you will also make military service in the army. At that time, you will have a high chance of receiving the highest honor. The transcendent Frud said with a smile when he saw that David didn't refuse again. In fact, regarding David's military service, the military wanted to give him another Gold Star medal. However, David had already received a Gold Star and a Silver Star medal. An additional Gold Star medal would only give David a little honor and couldn't show his military service. Besides, with David's military service this time, whether it was saving the transcendent of the military or blowing up the nest of the Stoneskin Worm King, the face that he had saved for the Guardian planet's military was not something that a Gold Star medal could reflect. David's military service this time was still a little short of the Nation Knight title evaluation. This was mainly because of the Guardian planet's military rank. If it was on the War Star, this kind of military service would be enough. The most important thing was that the Nation Knight title was not awarded to non-military personnel, So the Transcendent Frud used his connections to suppress David's military service. He didn't immediately reward David, but waited for David to enter the army so that he could quickly accumulate the military service needed for the Nation Knight title. Although the Transcendent Frud didn't mention the Nation Knight title in the conversation, the meaning he expressed was very clear. David was no stranger to the Nation Knight title. His father, Hans, was also a Nation Knight. It was the Federation's highest honor. "Thank you." David sincerely thanked him. The Nation Knight title was a protective umbrella. Under this umbrella, very few people dared to touch a Nation Knight title. This was because the Nation Knight title was the Federation's highest honor for military personnel with outstanding military service. Neither the military nor the Federation government would tolerate anyone offending a Nation Knight title holder. The Transcendent Frud finished the last bit of wine in his glass, stood up and said, "Well, I've said what I need to say. If you have the chance to go to Yam in the future, contact me. We will meet again someday." Without waiting for David to speak, he waved at David and strode out of the box. David vaguely saw the tears in the eyes of the Transcendent Frud. Perhaps the Transcendent Frud didn't want him to see him lose his composure. Today was the last day of the Transcendent Frud on the Guardian planet. David didn't send the Transcendent Frud off. A powerful Transcendent didn't need sympathy, even if he was disabled. David casually opened the box on the table. Inside the box were 30 glowing green crystals. These crystals contained energy that David was very familiar with. It was the energy that every Transcendent possessed, the Transcendent power. Chapter 405. The high-speed spaceship left the Guardian planet. David did not pilot the high-speed spaceship. Instead, the spaceship's AI system operated the spaceship automatically. From the Guardian planet to the nearest portal, the spaceship had to fly on a predetermined route. Otherwise, it would be destroyed by the spaceship that had sealed off space. After David applied for leave from the Lek Transcendent, he was granted authorization to use the route and the portal. Spaceships that dared to fly in space without authorization would either be destroyed by the Zergs because they were not on a predetermined route, or they would be destroyed by the military's fleet if they got too close to the predetermined route. Compared to the monolith planet, space here was even more tense. David would encounter patrolling spaceships every once in a while in space. The density of the spaceships was beyond his imagination. When he was on the Guardian planet, he liked high-speed spaceships because they were convenient and fast. However, when he was in space, he felt extremely unsafe in a high-speed spaceship that did not have any combat capabilities. Fortunately, David did not fly for too long. In less than 6 hours, he was close to the portal. The first thing he saw was a huge space fleet. At least, David could not see the edge of the space fleet at first glance. The entire space was filled with spaceship. The visual impact of facing a huge space fleet lifted David's spirit. This was one of the many space fleets that guarded space. It was because of such space fleets that the other planets in the war zone, other than Warstar, became resource-gathering grounds for the Interstellar Federation. Close to the space fleet, outside the huge defense line formed by spaceships, there were spaceships going in and out at all times. There was not a single civilian spaceship like David. Before he came, David had learned that the portal here was for the military. It would not be opened for anyone else. However, there was a special kind of person, and that was the Transcendent. The Transcendent had very high authority and could apply to use the portal from the military. As long as there was no special reason, the military would not reject them. David's authorization was applied for by Lek Transcendent on David's behalf. With the face of Lek Transcendent, it was impossible for it to be rejected. Most importantly, although David was not a Transcendent, in the latest military files, his danger level had been adjusted to the same level as the Transcendent. Master David, the 3rd Space Fleet welcomes you. Please follow the guide ship into the defense line. Please do not change your course to avoid any misunderstandings." A small guiding ship flew in front of David's high-speed spaceship, and a voice came from the guiding ship. David directly gave the navigation authority of the high-speed spaceship to the guide ship. In such a place, he still had to listen to other people's arrangements. The guiding ship pulled the high-speed spaceship towards the inner part of the Space Fleet's defense line. Through the transparent porthole of the high-speed spaceship, David saw most of the Interstellar Federation's main battleship. There were scout ships that did not have much combat power, various types of frigates, destroyers, cruisers, battleships, and even mobile space fortress-like aircraft carriers. To be honest, the 3rd Space Fleet was not as famous as the 6th Iron Wall Fleet. However, this was not because the 3rd Space Fleet was weak. Instead, it was because the 3rd Space Fleet was always at the forefront. It was the strongest fleet in the Federation and carried out the most dangerous missions. Therefore, the 3rd Space Fleet rarely appeared in the eyes of the outside world. However, the 6th Iron Wall Fleet was different. They guarded the passage between the war zone and the peace zone. Everyone who entered the war zone would see the glory of the 6th Iron Wall Fleet with their own eyes. As the high-speed spaceship was being pulled forward, David suddenly felt a spatial fluctuation coming from behind him. His mind immediately entered the Shadow Attendant. The Shadow Attendant went through the wall and appeared in space, looking behind him. About 10 kilometers away from the fleet, a wormhole of a few kilometers in size appeared. Then, a terrifying aura that made David's heart palpitate came out of the wormhole. Through the eyes of the Shadow Attendant, he saw a fully black armored Zerg jump out of the wormhole. Almost as soon as the black armored Zerg appeared, dozens of energy cannons were fired at the same time. With David's research on sniping, these energy cannons were very accurate. First of all, when the Zerg appeared, the energy cannons were right in front of it. Secondly, the energy cannons blocked the Zerg's escape route. The black armored Zerg was hit by multiple energy cannons, and its body was sent tumbling back in space. What surprised David was that the energy cannons that could blast a level 3 Zerg to smithereens only caused the black armored Zerg to feel pain and let out a teeth-numbing shriek. Just as David was thinking, one of the cruiser's main cannons finally finished charging. Then, a destructive energy beam was fired at the black armored Zerg. The black armored Zerg seemed to have sensed danger. It wanted to dodge, but because it was hit by the energy cannons, it lost its balance. It needed some time to recover. However, the cruiser did not give it time. The energy beam hit the black armored Zerg directly. In the midst of a sharp scream, David saw the black armored Zerg melt in the energy beam through the Shadow Attendant. Is that a level 4 Zerg? David had studied Zerg knowledge and passed the test with full mark. However, there was no information about this Zerg in his knowledge, so he asked the guide of the ship. Yes, that's a Titan Black Beetle, a level 4 Zerg's main combat type. It's also the main opponent of our 3rd Space Fleet. The guide also saw the battle just now and replied in a relaxed tone. From the guide's point of view, killing a level 4 Zerg was very normal. This made David's pride from killing a level 4 stone skin worm king on the Guardian planet disappear instantly. With his ability, even a Gaussian cannon would not be able to break through the Titan Black Beetle's shell. Level 4 Zergs were a taboo in the Federation. Level 4 Zergs were not allowed to break through Worcester's space defense line. Once they did, it would be a major dereliction of duty on the part of the Space Fleet. A level 4 Zerg was a huge threat to a planet. The ground bases could not stop a level 4 Zerg, and normal warship attacks would not be able to hit the extremely fast level 4 Zerg. David really wanted to know how the Federation and the Great World of God worked together to stop a level 4 Zerg on Warstar. Because of the kryptonite mines, they could not use large energy weapons. In truth, David wanted to pilot a high-speed spaceship to the place where the Titan black beetle died to absorb its soul, but he did not want to be blasted to smithereens by a fleet, so he could only think about it. The Third Space Fleet's defense line was the furthest the Zerg could open a wormhole on Warstar. The Space Fleet constantly switched out their warships in this area to ensure that any warship facing the battlefield could launch an attack at any time. Because the main cannons needed to be charged, and no main cannons could maintain a charging state for long periods of time, all sorts of space tactics were used. What David had just seen was one of the most commonly used tactics. "You guys are the real heroes," David exclaimed. "Master David, this is just a surprise attack. If you see a large-scale battle, you will know that this is nothing," the guide said in a deep voice. Every year, hundreds of warships from the Third Space Fleet would be destroyed in battle, and each warship had thousands to tens of thousands of soldiers. The difficulty of guarding the defense line was unimaginable to outsiders. The guide did not tell David too much because of military rules, but the emotions in his words allowed David to guess a little. A single level 4 Zerg was nothing, so what would a large-scale battle be like? David found it hard to imagine such a scene. The strongest Zerg he had encountered so far was only level 3, and even that level 3 Zerg had only been killed by chance. The guide ship brought the high-speed spaceship to a portal. This portal was very simple, not as complicated as the interstellar portals. The portal was a giant ring, and there were some engravings on the ring. One could see a large number of krypton crystals embedded in the engravings. This portal was a short-distance portal, and it could only be used to jump through space within a war zone. The military would not set up a portal in a war zone that could directly enter a peaceful zone, as that would increase the risk of the Zerg entering a peaceful zone. "Master David, goodbye," the guide said, and the guide ship's traction force pushed the high-speed spaceship toward the portal. There was a white light in front of his eyes, and after a few seconds, David regained his vision. When he reappeared, he was in another space fleet. "Master David, welcome home." As soon as the high-speed spaceship left the portal, David received a warm greeting. "Thank you." David looked at the interstellar coordinates on the high-speed spaceship. He was already close to planet Monolith. This should be the 5th Space Fleet's defense line. There were many old friends of his father, Hans, in the 5th Space Fleet. It was no wonder he received such a greeting. David did not know that he had become the pride of planet Monolith. Being admitted to the first college of Iridia was something that everyone on planet Monolith was proud of. Not to mention, news of David's achievements continued to spread. David was now a household name on planet Monolith. When they heard that David had returned through the portal, the 5th Space Fleet was already prepared to welcome him. A video call request was sent to David's high-speed spaceship, and David accepted the request. Then, the projection of a general wearing a major general's uniform appeared in the cockpit. "Master David, hello. I'm the Compton Transcendent." The Compton Transcendent smiled and introduced himself as he looked at the projection of the young man in front of him in his spaceship. "Hello, it's an honor to meet you," David replied with a smile. "If you need anything on planet Monolith, you can contact me. I've been good friends with Galen for many years. He has praised you in front of me many times," the Compton Transcendent said with a smile. "Sorry, I should have called you Uncle Compton," David quickly corrected himself. "Haha, putting aside my friendship with Galen, at our level, seniority is based on strength. Although you're not a Transcendent, you have the strength to influence Transcendent. Therefore, let's call each other as equals," the Compton Transcendent replied with a smile. "Uncle Compton, may I know why you're looking for me?" David did not correct himself. This was planet Monolith, and this was a friend of the Transcendent Galen. How could he call him an equal? "Nothing, I just want to exchange contact information with you so that it's easier to contact you in the future. At the same time, I want to see the super geniuses from planet Monolith." The Compton Transcendent waved his hand and said. The Compton Transcendent did not have anything to do. He was very curious about David's achievements and wanted to meet him. Since he was here, he used this method to get to know each other. David did not know that a sniper master was very helpful to the Transcendent. In the military, any sniper master would be highly sought after by many Transcendent. This was because a sniper master could greatly increase the success rate of a Transcendent's mission. The Compton Transcendent saw David passing by him. Of course, he wanted to get familiar with him to prepare for the future. The high-speed spaceship passed through the atmosphere and flew towards Perrin City. When he saw Perrin City, David felt like he was home. This was the place where he had first arrived in this world. It was also the home of his identity. It was here that he began his growth. The high-speed spaceship flew to the sky above Lanka Street and slowly landed on the open space in front of the house. Fortunately, the high-speed spaceship was not big and could completely stop. David walked out of the high-speed spaceship. He did not go home immediately. Instead, he opened his identity bracelet. "Father, I'm back." He sent a message to Hans's identity bracelet. "David, wait for me. I'll be back soon." Almost a second after David sent the message, Hans replied. David smiled and opened the door of the house with his identity bracelet. The interior of the house was the same as when he left. There was an AI butler taking care of the house, and it was in a spotless state. The AI butler was a copy of the AI butler Emma. At this moment, the AI butler Emma walked to David's side and stood there, waiting for David's orders. "Give me 2 servings of fruit juice." David sat on the sofa and ordered casually. "Yes, master." The AI butler Emma replied and walked towards the basement. Before the AI butler Emma could serve the fruit juice, there was the sound of a hovercraft landing at the door. Then, the door opened and Hans walked in quickly. The father and son looked at each other. David smiled while Hans looked serious. Then, he relaxed and went forward to hug David while patting David's back hard. No one knew that Hans was using his connections to worry about David every time he heard news about him. David's enemies were too strong. They ranged from large mercenary groups to large financial groups to Transcendent. On the Guardian planet, he even fought against the Level 3 Zergs. Although Hans was proud of David, no one knew about his worries. When he saw David standing in front of him in one piece, he could no longer hold on to his emotions. This reserved war hero, the Nation Knight, hugged his son with all his might. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.